Huh? I got to kind of, why does that look like a video? I don't know. But anyway, I've got to kind of work on that a little bit, but that's the beginnings of it. Hey, it's a learning curve for me, y'all. And I got to get my microphone set the way I like it. I moved my stuff around yesterday, got everything kind of how I loved it. As with anything, as you do something for a while, you kind of discover what you like and what you don't like. Okay, and I don't like my background so flat, so let's turn on the background. And I've got this set up now to where I can turn everything red. Let's see if it works. Let me see. Oops. There we go. Everything went red. Oh, I turned it off again. But I can turn everything red. It is so cool. So when things get a little bit, we ain't happy with what's going on, we can turn everything a fun color. So that is my what the heck is going on colors. And ooh, those are so bright. Are those on? They're on. Wow, that's a bright blue. Ooh, no, honey. Let's bring that down. Let's bring that down. I had this set to be on my Stream Deck, but it's kind of glitching a little bit. So I'm working on it. Okay, y'all. So this is the scoop. Yesterday, we had some expert witnesses on, and I got to tell you, I still have not had the... Did you hear it? Oh, why is it not coming across? Let me get my ears on. So I'm not having the aha moment. I'm not having that moment to where I'm like really saying, there it is. There it is. That's what's making that's guilty. Let's see. What? There we go. Now I have sound. Y'all may have been hearing it. I wasn't. So I haven't had the moment. So let's see if we get to that moment today, shall we? This afternoon, I don't believe there's going to be court today this afternoon. So we're going to run through everything yesterday. And then tomorrow, we're going to have a break in the afternoon. All right, y'all. Let's bring this over here. Let me bring up. I am really loving this program. But y'all, this is technical stuff, y'all. This stuff is technical. All right, here we go.
Oh, it's already there. Oh, for the rest of it.
And
okay.
we
All right, that's good.
are waiting for the jury. Bring the jury. I need to get a sound bite.
I gotta get the key sometime of the 12.
I emailed it yesterday.
Okay, thank you.
And we emailed back edits to council this morning. I didn't realize she already forwarded it to
Get me there. Okay, so they're just kind of doing their little fluff thing.
Is that email to Jose?
I don't think I included it. She just sent it to Brown, so.
I try to keep the mic out of the camera
Yeah,
view,
it's
but it
some
may not
idea,
work.
like,
I'm not saying let me. I
informal.
need to get me a lower boom arm.
And then I was going to suggest we talk about comfortable shoes.
No problem.
Sorry.
You can talk about it.
That hits the spot this morning.
Please be seated. The record will show the presence of all jurors, counsel, and the defendant. We're back on the record, and the state can call its next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state recalls Deputy Monreal.
Ooh.
Come on up. You've already been sworn in once, so you're still on oath. Now come and take the witness in. Thank you, sir. And you're still under oath, obviously.
Yep.
Was there something you wanted to talk about, or does that have to do with the other thing?
The other thing.
All right. Morning. All right, this is a recall of a witness. This is perfectly permissible. Sometimes things come up, and counsel can recall the witness. So you recognize this gentleman, he's still under oath, and he'll testify again. Whenever you're ready with somebody.
Good morning, Deputy. Could you just remind the jury of your name, please?
Good morning. My name is David Monreal, last of phonetics of Monreal.
And Deputy Monreal, we're taking you first this morning because I understand you just got off duty this morning, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And so I want to follow up with you with respect to some statements you indicated you took from Wanda Kelly. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
And could you tell the jury, when you spoke to Wanda Kelly, when you responded to the Kelly residence, could you tell the jury what Wanda Kelly told you?
Apologies.
Objection, hearsay.
Your Honor, this is proper impeachment as substantive evidence of Ms. Kelly's testimony.
All right, overruled.
When I went over to Miss Wanda Kelly back at the residence, it was myself and Deputy Cabrera that went to speak with her. When I was speaking with her, I asked her if she had the phone number or if she could call her husband, Kelly, so we could try to locate him. After several attempts trying to call him via telephone, it was unsuccessful. At that moment, that's when I asked her what happened. She did state she observed 5 subjects through her living room window, carrying backpacks and rifles. I then asked her what she had heard. She did state that she had possibly heard 4 shots, but she couldn't remember due to being startled.
And can you tell me, did she say anything about what she observed of her husband before she heard the gunshots?
Can we just interrupt? I know this is a recall, but maybe a little bit more just the foundation as to the date,
Sure.
the date and time, because there was so many officers visiting, at various times.
Sure, Your Honor, thank you. Deputy Monreal, let's just back up a little bit. On January 30th of 2023, did you respond to the Kelly residence?
Yes, I did.
And when you were at the Kelly residence, did you meet up with other officers, other deputies, and some Border Patrol agents?
Yes, I did.
Do you recall about what time it was that you were at the Kelly residence?
I was at approximately 22 hours.
And I'm sorry, what time is that?
Approximately 22 hours, which is 2 in the afternoon.
Okay, so you think, would it refresh your recollection if you took a look at your report for the actual time?
Yes, it would.
Showing you what's been marked as States Exhibit 1.6. If you could take a look and let me know when you've refreshed your recollection.
Right.
Could you tell us what time you arrived at the Kelly residence?
It was at 14:47 hours, which is 2 in the afternoon, 2:47.
And is that when you arrived or is that when you were dispatched?
That was a call when I was dispatched.
And so do you remember where you were before you drove to the Kelly residence?
I was at the sheriff's office.
And so you had to drive from the sheriff's office to the Kelly residence, is that right?
That's correct.
And when you got to the Kelly residence, did you do a search before you went in to talk to Mrs. Kelly?
Yes, I did.
And is that what you were referring to as the cursory search when you testified earlier in this case?
Yes, I did.
So after that cursory search, you said you and Deputy Cabrera went into speak with Mrs. Kelly to try to get a hold of Mr. Kelly. Is that right?
Yes, correct.
Is that sufficient foundation?
Thank you, yes.
So when you came into the house to talk to Mrs. Kelly after all those other things had occurred, what is it that Mrs. Kelly told you?
Spoke with Ms. Kelly. That's when she told me she had seen the 5 subjects through her living room window carrying rifles and backpacks. She also stated that she had observed her husband grab the rifle and walk outside and then started walking south.
And did she tell you what she heard after her husband went outside?
Then she stated that she heard approximately 4 shots. She could not remember due to being startled.
That's all I have for this witness, Your Honor. Thank you.
Cross-examination.
Just still a little confused. Is this encounter with Miss Wanda the next day on January 31st?
No, it's not.
When you went back to the house to look for the rifle, because you're the one that knew what it looked like, right?
Yes, correct.
Okay.
Why
And you
didn't
made
you take
contact
the
with
right
Wanda
one the
then,
first
didn't you?
day?
I did not make contact with Wanda on the 31st.
Why did you not take it the night that
Well,
everything
do you mind
happened?
looking at your page? I guess it's noted as 3. You have your report in front of you still? At the last paragraph, would you look? It's the second page, but it says 3 on top.
I'm perplexed. I like her. I'm going to get my smelly on. Candle.
Yes.
Okay. So it says that at 11 o'clock on the 31st is the paragraph above that on Tuesday, January 31st. And I'm taking it that's when you made contact, that she approached you trying to figure out how to get a hold of her husband, right?
On the 31st, that's what happened. Yes.
And so you wrote in your report your contact with Wanda before that?
Yes, what I was speaking about earlier was on the day of the 30th.
Okay. So now the number 5 was used a lot as far as how many people were out there by Alan. Is it possible that was the reference to what he said, 5?
No,
How do you know?
so I recall.
How do you know what she was thinking?
Let him ask the question.
Sorry. Go ahead.
That's what she told me. She saw 5 subjects through the living room window.
Okay. How about they saw 5 subjects?
No, Wanda stated she saw 5 subjects.
Well, in his report, it says they. You're watching.
So when
Thank
she
you very
went and
much
told
for
the
joining
detective
me
too,
today. Please click like
Didn't
and
she
subscribe.
all of a sudden remembered the right number later at the police station?
I did not know what she said to the detective.
Okay. And she clearly did not know how many gunshots she heard, right?
She did not recall. Other than stating that she had heard 4, but she does not recall due to being startled.
So she really didn't know. She threw a number at you.
She threw a number at that time.
Okay. Nothing?
She was guessing. It's okay. I mean,
Now I'm a little confused, so let's go back. The statements you talked about Wanda making to you, which date were those on?
Those statements were made on the 30th.
So on January 31st, during your earlier testimony, you talked about returning to the residence to assist with the second search warrant. Is that correct?
Yes, correct.
And when you responded on January 31st of 2023 for that second search warrant, did you have any conversations with Wanda Kelly on that day?
The only conversation I had with Wanda Kelly in that day was in her how to make contact with her husband that was currently in jail.
Okay. So nothing about the statements from the day before?
Correct, nothing about the case or what was going on.
While you were out there during doing your search, did you ever see any backpacks or light rifles laying around?
No, I did not.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you. Any questions for this witness about this testimony from any of the jurors? Very well. Seeing none, sir, please step down. Thank you again.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You bet. And the state calls next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Agent Heredia.
This hair is going to drive me crazy, y'all. Oh, that's why. I am wearing braids today because a young man who played an actor in Yellowstone, played a little native boy in Yellowstone, was found deceased with his braids cut off. So this week, we all natives, or a lot of natives, not all, but most of us, are wearing our braids in honor of his
Yes, Your Honor.
passing and the horrible act of cutting off
Good morning,
his
sir.
braids.
And,
That is the worst thing you
just
can do
reminder
to a native.
Every witness who comes back for second time, that you still want to go. All right, thank you, sir. Whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Agent Heredia.
Good morning, ma'am.
Could you just remind the jury of your full name, please?
My name is Agent Roberto, middle initial E, last name Heredia, Heredia.
Agent Heredia, when you testified earlier in the week or last week, I'm not sure when it was, we asked you some questions about some statements that Wanda Kelly made to you. Is that right?
That is correct.
And just to recap and get us back to when those statements occurred, were you the first officer on scene that day?
That is correct.
Were you by yourself when you made that initial contact with Mrs. Kelly?
I was by myself.
And was that just after you arrived at the location?
That is correct.
Was that before any of the other officers had joined you?
That is correct.
And could you just tell us, and was that on January 30th of 2023, sometime between 2:30 and 3 o'clock?
Yes, it was.
And could you tell us what Mrs. Kelly told you when you made contact with her that day?
When I made contact with her that day, she stated that 10 to 15 minutes prior to my arrival, her husband and her had seen approximately 5 armed individuals that were carrying bundles of narcotics on the south end of their property. And she also stated that Mr. Kelly had taken off walking after the subjects.
And did she tell you which direction or point in which direction she observed her husband?
Correct. And she pointed in gestures such as the one I'm doing, direction south of her house.
And when she gestured south, did she gesture towards anything? For instance, did she gesture to the hills, to a wash, to a road? Was there anything she gestured toward?
Well, she gestured
Objection
towards
leading.
the direction where Mr. Kelly had taken off, which is at the road up there. There's a wash, so that's the direction.
So towards the road and the wash?
Correct.
They
all
have
I
it
have
on
for this
camera
week.
that
Oh, I'm
Mr.
sorry,
Kelly
one more
was over
question.
by
Yes,
the
While
pump
you were out
house.
there looking around, did you ever see any rifles or backpacks laying around anywhere while you were there that day?
No, I did not.
The coyote wouldn't leave them.
Cross-examination.
Good morning.
Good morning, ma'am.
Let's just get this, I don't see any rifles and backpacks in the immediate area. Rifles have value, don't they?
Value as far as what, ma'am?
They
You're not
carry
gonna leave it
money
alone.
value, correct?
Yes.
And a lot of law-abiding, but also non-law-abiding people want to get their hands on weapons, don't they?
The goat's coming out.
I would imagine.
It's a commodity that people, they're commonly stolen from, is that right? Guns?
I think they're stolen. I don't know if they're commonly stolen. I've never investigated.
You know
such
they're
things.
most likely stolen.
But you're aware that people would want them, and there are stolen guns out there. Would you agree?
I would agree, yes.
Okay. Matter of fact, if they come across the border back into Mexico, it would be a crime, wouldn't it?
Yes, it would.
So if you get it around the fence and into Mexico, it would be one way to avoid getting caught, possibly, correct?
Possibly, yes.
Okay. And drugs. Drugs carry value in the underground world, right?
Yes.
Okay, and it's not something that you would want to leave behind if it has value. It might make some person above you get very irritated if you lose your drugs, right?
They're not my drugs, but yes, we're trained to intercept
Not
narcotics.
my drugs.
But with narcotics, there's someone bigger that's selling larger amounts, and then you have, it drops down to the individual seller, but there's a chain of command that goes with that, as far as people that buy in bulk and then disperse it, correct? And any amount of drugs, if there's a pound of
Cartel's
fentanyl or
drugs.
something would have such a
You
great
leave it,
value, it's not something you
you
want to just
die.
leave behind. Would you agree?
Yeah, no, they're going to
agree.
die if they
Okay,
leave those
and
drugs
if you knew
behind.
you got it
And
from
they're not gonna
someone,
leave
you
a
wouldn't
weapon
want to
behind.
go back and
So they're
answer to
gonna
why
take
you
it all
lost
with
it,
them.
right?
Hello.
Correct.
Okay, and if you did, you would want to make sure you have a great explanation how you were robbed or something, correct?
Correct.
You got to save your life, right?
Pretty much.
Correct. I'd be speculating, but correct, yeah.
Yeah, and I know we're hypothetically right now, but this is what is actually could be out there, correct?
It could, yes.
It happens every day out there, y'all.
And we have names for these organizations in Mexico where these drugs are coming from. We all have heard about it, correct?
Correct.
And it's coming over our borders, even in Nogales as we speak.
That's my candle
potentially,
in
correct?
my.
Potentially, correct.
Okay.
Yep.
And if you take it through the main border control locations, you're subject to search. And unless it's hidden so well, it may get confiscated. Isn't that true?
That is correct.
Okay, I'd like to think your border patrol have a good eye for where to look for drugs that could be hidden, correct? You've seen everything, I'm sure, right?
Correct, but we're not in charge of the ports of entry, though.
You're not, but you're aware of it.
I am aware.
Okay, it
Excuse me.
falls under the big umbrella of that you're working for, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And so is that, I get it, you're out more on the patrol aspect of everything, right? You're protecting the borders and within your jurisdiction, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. But there's different arms to you.
Okay. I love his evasiveness. I had to stop. I had to. The evasiveness of this Border Patrol agent is really mind-boggling. Let's think about this. You deal with people every day that have crossed the border illegally. You catch them, you search them, you detain them, you send them off to the facility that handles illegal immigrants. And most of the time you find drugs and illegal substances of all kinds on their persons. So why are you sitting here being so evasive? You know darn well that this happens daily. So why are you being so evasive? I understand you are trying to testify for the prosecution, and you may believe Mr. Kelly did this, but your evasiveness does not sit well with a court junkie.
Your department
alternate
and you're
juror.
aware what's happening at one point. Therefore, if they're getting busted there, what's a better place to do this than to go around the wall and walk through property? Isn't that possible?
That is possible.
That happens
There
daily.
hopefully is no one there, and if the camera spots them, they can go into these ravines and get out of sight of the cameras, can't they?
They could, yes.
And
And
they
so
can
it's
dig a
very
hole and
hard
bury it.
to track these people
Quickly.
and to stop and detain them because of the terrain, correct?
It is hard sometimes, yes.
So if I'm going to abandon some money or drugs or guns, you think I'm going to just leave it on that property?
Nope.
You could or you could not, yes.
Right. Well, then you better be accountable for the loss of the financial aspect of it all, correct?
Yep. Or you go
I
back
imagine
and
you
tell
would be
somebody
accountable
where it
for it.
is and they
But
go
I was
reclaim
speculating, yeah.
it, but.
Well, and I understand. The problem with this case, and you can agree, is there's a lot of guessing to do in this case, isn't there?
Yes.
Ma'am, I'm only aware of what I testified about this case. I'm not
Okay.
aware of anything else.
Okay. And that's fine. It keeps you to what you know.
Correct.
But I'm going to go to your knowledge also, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And matter of fact, for demonstrative purposes, I would like to mark this Do I need to mark?
I
the
call
monster
his testimony
No.
no.
Can I just show the witness?
Sure.
I'm having to gain it. Sorry, she's left the mic yet again. I love her. She's a great lawyer.
Ever seen anything like this before?
Yes, I have.
What is this?
They're called carpet booties.
Okay, carpet booties. Why are they used?
They're used to try to confuse us, not leaving signs on the dirt.
So lack of footprints, might I publish it in front of the jurors?
Yes.
Yes! Carpet booties were not on my bingo card today, but I love it. They're shoes with carpet glued to the sole. I've seen those actually before when I went down to the border for some training. I actually knew what carpet booties were.
Lack of footprints can result from, could result from these shoes, correct?
Yes, but if you're trained, you will be able to pick the sign, but yes.
Right.
Amen.
And you have trained personnel in the Border Patrol, don't you?
Yes.
Yes,
And you're aware of what this might look like?
yes.
Okay. When you expanded your search to look for guns and drugs or money, how far did you expand it?
I never searched for drugs or money. When we did a hasty perimeter check, is that what you are referring to?
Anything, because you've been asked, did you find any? And you're saying, I wasn't looking for it.
When are you referring to the call of Mr. Kelly at the ranch that particular day?
For Mr. Kelly's bit off,
Yes.
at his home, yes.
Yes, when we did the search, I was specifically looking for Mr. Kelly, make sure he was safe or any potential armed individuals. I was not tracking the dirt, actually.
So you spread out to look at one person that might be walking on his own property?
Again, I stated, we spread out to look for Mr. Kelly, look for any potential armed individuals that were an immediate danger to the area there. But I was not tracking actually groups or individuals at that time.
Thank you. And so, but you know that people could be hiding behind different kinds of terrain or plants or whatever, and that's what you were looking for?
Again, I was looking for the safety of Mr. Kelly, looking for any armed individuals, yeah, if they were hiding then.
Right, that's why you spread out to look for it, right?
Correct.
Okay. Unless Mr. Kelly's laying in the ground, which is possible, you were looking for him and anyone else that could have caused the one bullet, the one shot that Mr. Kelly reported hearing, correct?
Correct.
All right. And at this time, you have no knowledge that he shot up in the air?
I had no knowledge,
Okay.
correct.
Well, I want to illustrate something else. I'm going to use
I like
the
demonstrative.
prosecutor's desk as the house. Okay?
Correct.
And what you learned between Mrs. Kelly and Mr. Kelly, from what you gathered, that 5 individuals, 2 or 5 or whatever number it was, ran across their vision through their window. They were able to track it, right?
I didn't know they had looked through the window. Like I said, when I got there, she stated that she had seen 5 individuals, that they had seen 5 individuals with bundles of narcotics and long arms in their property.
Okay, well then you didn't listen to the whole story, so maybe that's what's confusing to everyone. Okay, so we have learned in this courtroom that these people came across their window view while they were in the house. Can you follow me on that much?
I am following right now, correct.
And if this is the house,
Correct.
and this is one of their doors that later became the exit door, okay, to my left, and my back is to the prosecutors right now,
Okay.
and I'm also helping to make a record, okay?
Okay.
Y'all, this audio is very
And so
difficult. I'm sorry.
We learned that Mr. Kelly exited because of these 5 people that ran across the vision of the window. Okay, you following me?
I am following.
All right, the windows are of course on the house, and now
Correct.
I have turned my body looking at these people, and they're heading in the direction of this road that leads to their barn. Okay,
Okay.
south.
Correct.
Okay, east is towards the judge. Okay.
Correct.
All right, directly from the house, out there, over, about, let's see, 50, 60, 70 yards out there.
Okay.
Over a football field down, straight east is where the body's found, okay?
Okay.
And you guys.
Ooh, a lot of news media is starting to show up in the
between
back.
body wires that you testified to, okay? But the subjects ran south. So my question is, why would Mr. Kelly shoot at someone so far out there that you might not be able to see? We'll learn that later. Versus the people that was alarming with the backpacks and the rifles that he believes the shot could have come from.
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
Sustained.
I knew that was
So you
coming.
don't have the whole story to know any of that part, correct?
Correct.
Why didn't you object sooner? You just loved listening to her ramble, didn't you? I knew that was coming. I knew it, and so did the
Mrs.
judge.
Kelly was in her house, wasn't she?
When I got there, she was outside her house.
Did someone bring her out by then?
I have no clue. She was outside when I first initially met with her.
Like she steps outside the door?
She was outside the door, correct.
Like she was waiting on you?
I don't know if she was waiting for law enforcement, I believe.
Okay. Was she by her door?
She was right next to her door.
Okay. So she might have seen you.
She might have seen me arrive, correct.
Okay. So she was probably pretty distraught about what's going on.
When I first
Objection, Your
initially,
Honor, calls for speculation.
Overruled. He can testify to his observation.
when I first met with her, she didn't seem agitated to me. She seemed calm.
She seemed calm.
Yes, ma'am.
5 people with guns just ran by. Her husband's out there, and you're saying she's calm right now?
To me, my opinion, personal opinion, she seemed calm. She stated
Test the
that-
witness.
Redirect.
Thank you, Your Honor. I just want to clarify, you said you weren't out there looking for guns and backpacks, you were looking for people. But if you had seen them, would you have noted it?
Yes, I would have noted, of course.
And
Wow,
Why is
wow.
that?
Because it's important if it's part of a crime, like the 5 armed individuals, that's a crime. I would have noted any special details. If I would have encountered guns, narcotics, yes.
And Ms. Lothorpe asked you some questions about Mr. Kelly shooting his AK-47.
Correct.
Were you aware of that at that time?
No, I was not.
And you spoke to Mr. Kelly, correct?
I did speak to Mr. Kelly.
And Mr. Kelly, did he ever tell you that he discharged his gun?
He did not tell me.
He didn't get out.
Do you recall, Ms. Lothorpe showed you these carpet booties. If you had seen sign of carpet booties, would you have noted that?
Yes.
I would have noted that, but it would have been a specific concern of mine at that time. My concern was the armed individuals. So carpet booty was the last thing, and would have been the last thing in my mind.
If groups are wearing carpet booties, do they generally all have carpet booties on or just some of them?
It depends. I've seen some with and some without, yes, like mixed.
That did not help her.
Now, Ms. Lothorpe asked you to speculate about whether this indicated that these were drug traffickers. Do you recall that line of questioning?
Yes,
Is it equally likely that this could be migrants?
yes, it is.
And when you encounter people with backpacks that have drugs in them, if Border Patrol makes contact with them, what do they generally do with those backpacks?
They drop them and they run.
And can you tell me, do we have drugs coming through the ports every single day?
Like I said, I don't work at the ports, but it's a possibility they could be coming every day.
So you don't know what we have coming through the port?
I do not know exactly.
That's all I had, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay, looks like we have questions for this witness from the jurors.
Wins and losses on that one. So this gentleman kind of got a little evasive. I understand His position is very difficult. And I understand that there was a lot of hypotheticals in there, but at the same time, he knows that the coyotes and the mules would never leave their weapons, never leave their packages. They will easily leave the individuals behind, the people behind, if they were ever at risk of themselves getting caught, because they've already got the money. They get caught, the money's already got. And I know that the cost for entering with the coyote is anywhere from $2,500 to $10,000, depending on what all's done or how far you go, etc., etc. But anyway, the thing here is that for him to say he wouldn't know, he's a border patrol agent. He catches people all the time who are being trafficked or who come in on their own. And he knows that the cartel, if there's any drugs coming in, there's weapons coming in. And if one person dies in the group with the cartel and they're carrying either, the other people are going to take the weapon and the drugs and run. And there's a guy who said he was with the victim when he was shot by Mr. Kelly. And I say that loosely. I wouldn't discount the fact that maybe he shot him. Even people coming in together carrying drugs, whether it's just marijuana or anything harder, will shoot each other in a disagreement, and they will grab what they're supposed to be carrying, i.e. weapons or drugs, off of the victim and run. They get more money when they get to the end. They will get the money that they were supposed to get for what they were carrying, and they'll get money for what the other guy was carrying. And that right there is sometimes enough reason to take out somebody. But in this situation, I just felt that this witness was a little bit too evasive. I'm not a lawyer. I'm not looking at this as a lawyer, looking at this as an alternate juror. I'm looking at this as just an everyday person watching the trial. And I would not put a whole lot of weight in some of these agents because even their own testimony is kind of conflicting at times. For those of you who are just joining me, George Kelly is the gentleman sitting over here in this blue on blue outfit here. His wife is sitting there in the yellow. They had some people on their property. Mr. Kelly heard a gunshot. And when he went out to investigate, he saw people. He says he shot his weapon up in the air about 8 or 9 times to scare them off. And Border Patrol came because they called. They didn't find anybody when they spread out and searched the property. Then that was about 2:24 when the phone call was made in the afternoon on the 30th of January. And then about 6:40, or was it 2:40 and 6:24? It was 2:40 and 6:24. At 6:24 that evening, another phone call was made that a body had been found. Mr. Kelly would not say that there was a body found. He was said that something has been hit. It's animal, but non-mineral. He didn't want to say a body because he was concerned that whoever shot this person may be still around. And he was trying to speak in a way that would not exactly lead somebody who didn't have strong English skills to follow the conversation. I don't blame him. I'd be worried. Yeah. Personally, I probably would have texted my wife and said, call the Border Patrol and Sheriff's Office. I found a body. That's what I would have done. Okay, they're back in court, y'all.
Questions from the jurors. Agent Heredia, as an experienced Border Patrol agent, do migrants, and again, this is, all these are if you know, if you have a basis on your personal knowledge or through training and experience, but Agent Heredia, as an experienced Border Patrol agent, do migrants crossing illegally typically pay all cash at the border wall, or is the transaction done differently? Example, one half paid up front and one half paid some other ways, such as Western Union
They mostly
wires
pay
transfers.
everything up front.
Members of the jury, I do not know specifically. I know there's monetary involvement. I don't know how it is paid, how the arrangements are made.
No.
That I don't have any information as to that. But I know they do pay to come, to cross illegally.
Or they carry,
Another question from the same juror. Is it typical for migrants here illegally in the desert to drink from cattle troughs in the winter when they're only 2 hours in and carrying clean water with them?
From my experience, I've seen them in the winter. I've seen them drink water from ponds or cattle ponds in the summer. You have to remember that not every individual is in the same physical fitness. You could have heavier set guys that require more water, people that are shaved that require more water, and they'll drink that water within the first 30 minutes. Again, it's just my speculation, but I have seen both during winter and during summer that they drink water from those areas.
All right, question from another juror. All right, well, let me ask the juror for a little bit of clarification on this, and I don't see the juror number. Was it number 3? Did you ask? You asked about the tracking? All right, I thought I recognized your hand already. All right, your question was about seeing tracks in the area. So which area are you referring to?
The area in question where the incident took place. In other words, he was the first responder.
Mm-hmm.
Border Patrol agents were trying to visualize and look for tracks or anything that does not belong there. Like,
All right, so you're talking about when he went out, when the agent tested,
looking for,
Mr. Kelly, when he went out walking that way. All right? Does that clarify, or do you want to talk some more?
Yes, but could he refresh where that, I'm sorry, I apologize. Can he refresh where that location was that he was at?
Sure, and you can cover this.
Yes, I can ask.
Parties can cover this if they wish to. Okay, thank you. So, we'll ask the question. When you were doing what you did and looking for Mr. Kelly and walking through this area, as an experienced Border Patrol agent, did you see any tracks of the five people around this area, whether they were, crossers, smugglers, or possible thieves? Any tracks at all?
I did not.
Now, I think there's another question from the same jurors. Did Border Patrol surveillance cameras detect 5 people in the area about the time of the incident? Foundationally, have you ever reviewed the results of the camera recordings that Border Patrol took at the time?
No, I have not, Your Honor.
All right, so juror number 3, when we were on the headsets, I was informed by the parties that the state does intend to call as a witness the Border Patrol person who operated the cameras, and they might have more information about that. So he never saw the result of the camera. This witness never saw the results of the surveillance cameras. So
I don't mean to be rude, but it is my understanding.
well, I have to stop you. I'm sorry. So we can't have you kind of give information that would be like testimonial. So, but your question will be, this particular question, I think, will be answered or addressed by another state witness that's going to be called. And then you can ask those questions again at that time. Very well. Appreciate your understanding. All right, I'll give these, I don't know what that is. We'll give these questions to the clerk. And if we have follow-up questions to the jurors' questions of this witness, we'll start with the state.
Agent Heredia, Can you just remind the jury what parts of the property you walked when you initially arrived?
Yes, is there an ability to put up a map so I can show them?
Can you turn off my screen for a minute for the jury? I'm showing you what's been admitted as State's Exhibit 115. Could you just show the jury where you initially, if I remember your testimony from earlier, you indicated you did a cursory search around the house looking for danger, is that right?
Correct. Well, all of us did a hasty perimeter search, correct?
So could you just show the jury briefly where that area was that you looked?
Yes, the particular area where I personally looked with my partner was around this area. We never made it to the east side of the house. I'm gonna draw a circle. That's the immediate area that was searched in conjunction with sheriffs. I don't know particularly or exactly where each sheriff went, but we kind of saw him branch out this way. We branched out in this direction, kind of bushwhacked, and then ended up here where we met Mr. Kelly, somewhere there on the road.
And when you did that initial perimeter search, did you see any foot sign of 5 individuals?
No, I did not.
When you headed south and you bushwhacked and you crossed that wash and you crossed that other area up to the second pump house, did you see any sign of 5 individuals?
No, I did not.
That's all I had for this witness. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor. All right, so when you first were just checking immediately close to the house, you were not on the east side of the house. That's what you just said, correct?
Correct.
But you did contribute to this fanning out cursory search, as you worded it, and there are, let's go by, this is not a close enough photo to really get a feel for it. Do you remember the barbed wire fences on the property that separate the house from the paddock to the extra area that leads into the wash?
I know there's some fences there. I don't know exact location of those fences. I don't remember.
So you never had to go around or through or over a barbed wire fence in your search?
If I did, I went over a barbed wire fence. I
You
didn't
don't
go
know.
around. If I did go through a barbed wire fence, I went over it. I didn't go around it.
Do you know how high up it is?
I know how high barbed wire fences are.
Okay, well, I'm not sure how you managed to go over it. Okay, so my question is, and you said if I did, so you don't recall going through any fencing?
I could have, or I could have not. I do not remember that, yes.
So perhaps you were on the side of the house that had nothing to do with these activities. Is that possible?
Again, I don't know where the activities took place in relation to the house. I don't.
Well, let's go to the east side, on the other, according to testimony we've heard, on the other side of the first barbed wire fence, running southward in the paddock.
Okay, can you point out the direction?
Well, you're not on the east side of this at all,
No,
are you?
I'm not on the east side, no, correct.
Okay, so you aren't there where the crime scenes are potentially located. Is that possible?
Again, I do not know where the crime scene is or where the body was found, so I do not know.
Okay. And there's actually, the terrain is very sandy, isn't it?
It's sandy down in the wash. It is.
And it's kind of dirt and sandy on top, right? Mixed with this grass, straw-like foliage that's on the ground, correct?
Again, there's grass and the sand is on the wash parts.
But we're talking about that straw-like grass, right?
Correct.
Okay, I'm sure there's a name for it. And you're more on the south side of the house.
Correct.
So if the 5 subjects ran on the inside, in the paddock, in between the 2 fence lines of the barbed wire, and closer to the barbed wire that's closest to the house, you probably weren't even there in that area, were you?
Probably not.
Okay. Pass the witness.
Any redirect?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. Sir, first I just want to clarify, the circle you drew with the arrows pointing out, just to clarify, who are you indicating did those searches?
It was, so I'm going to put an X. All right.
Do you want me to just clear that for you?
Yes, please. So Border Patrol, my partner and I were kind of responsible for this area. Sheriff's Department officers kind of fanned out in different directions. We only searched kind of like this area. And then, as stated earlier, we bushwhacked and met Mr. Kelly somewhere over here.
So 2 questions about that. First question, do you know exactly where the deputies searched and in which directions they fanned out?
I have no idea.
So you saw them, but you didn't, you know they were in that direction, but that's all you know?
Correct.
And then, when you say you headed south, is that the direction Mrs. Kelly pointed that she said that's where the individuals went and her husband followed them?
Correct.
That's all I had, thank you.
Any other questions for this witness from any members of the jury? Very well, seeing none, thank you again for coming back, sir.
Thank you,
Sit
Your Honor.
down and your excuse. State calls next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Deputy Castaneto. Again, this is a recall.
Sorry, you didn't hear me. I'm ready for the defense. Let's go. Come on, let's get this going. I'm so ready. I wonder if Mr. Kelly
Sir.
is going to testify.
And just to remind you, as I remind all witnesses, you're still under oath, right? Yes. All right, thank you very much. You can go ahead, Ms. Holmes.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Deputy. Would you please remind the jury of your full name?
Good morning. My full name is Deputy Cristobal Castaneto, Batch 144.
Deputy Castaneda, I want to talk about some testimony, something that we didn't talk about last time, but some testimony related to what we talked about before. So just to sort of orient us on what time I want to talk about. I understand that you arrived at the Kelly residence in the early afternoon. Is that correct?
Correct.
And when you arrived at the Kelly residence, you met with some other deputies and some Border Patrol agents, correct?
Correct.
And after that, you did sort of a cursory search around the house?
Yes.
After you did that cursory search, what other deputy were you with
After
you did your cursory search?
we went back to the house, or
Correct. When you went back to the house, who was with you?
Sergeant Garcia?
Were you with Deputy Monreal and Deputy Cabrera at all at that time, or was it just you and Sergeant Garcia?
At the residence, it was just myself and Sergeant Garcia.
And when you and Sergeant Garcia went to the residence, did you talk to Mrs. Kelly?
Yes.
And when you talked to Mrs. Kelly, could you tell the jury what Mrs. Kelly told you?
Yes. Miss Kelly told me that she was sitting by at the living room, and that she observed approximately 5 subjects running south through the living room window.
What did she tell you she observed of those 5 subjects when she saw them running?
That they were carrying backpacks and rifles.
Did you ask her if they were all carrying rifles?
Yes.
And how did she respond?
She said no.
What specifically did she say? So you asked her, were they all carrying rifles, and she said no?
Correct.
And that was it?
Yes.
Did you ask her if she heard any gunshots?
I don't recall.
That's not what she wanted to hear.
Would it refresh your recollection if you looked at your report?
Yes.
I hate it when they talk off a mic. I'm sorry.
Did you refresh your recollection?
Yes.
And could you tell me, did Mrs. Kelly tell you whether she heard any shots?
Yes, she did.
What specifically did she tell you?
She told me that she had heard shots.
And where did she tell you she heard them?
She didn't tell me where.
Could you take a look at your report and see if that refreshes your recollection?
Maybe ask you a question. Where,
Sure.
is your question, where was she, or where did she hear the shots coming from?
Where did she hear the shots coming from? And if you need to refresh your recollection, just let us know.
Okay. Thank you. I will. She did. She told me that she heard shots outside.
Did she tell you how many shots, and did she say anything else, or did you make any other observations of her when she was telling you about the shots she heard outside?
She appeared to be a bit confused at the time to me.
When y'all were out at the Kelly residence and you said you did some searching of the property, is that right?
Correct.
Did you ever observe any backpacks just thrown to the side?
No.
Did you see any backpacks at all while you were out there?
No.
Did you see any drugs laying around anywhere?
No.
Did you see any rifles laying around anywhere?
No.
While you were searching, did you see any signs of a large group, of maybe 5 people passing through?
No.
That's all I had for this witness.
Cross-examination.
Thank you, Judge. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
All right. This conversation that you had with Wanda was not recorded, correct?
Correct.
And you were with Deputy or Sergeant Garcia at the time, correct?
Correct.
And I remember we looked at both your report and her report, right?
Correct.
And they were not exactly the same, is that right?
I haven't
Objection,
looked.
Your Honor.
What's the yes or no question at this time? Question that calls for yes or no answer.
They were not exactly the same, those two reports, correct?
Per your information.
Well, and you actually looked at that report when you testified here previously, correct?
No.
You looked at Deputy or Sergeant Garcia's report, right?
No.
Would it help to take a look at her report?
Yes.
Give me one moment.
She's in her boots again today. And leggings. Highly unusual for court.
Can we
But it is-
so the witness can see?
Arizona.
So I am showing you Deputy Garcia's report. Does that look like her report? Do you want me to scroll up?
Yes, please.
Sorry.
Thank you, Tracy.
That would be Defense Exhibit D. So that's Deputy Garcia's report, correct?
Yes, Sergeant Garcia.
Sergeant, I'm sorry. I keep doing that. It's not intentional. So I'm just going to scroll down to page 2. Do you see that part that's highlighted there?
Yes,
And do you see where it reports that Mrs. Kelly states she never heard gunshots?
I do.
And that's different from your recollection of this conversation that you had with Mrs. Kelly, correct?
It is different.
You recall that she stated she did hear gunshots, right?
Yes,
And so the two of you who have this conversation with Mrs. Kelly, you hear the same thing from Mrs. Kelly, right?
I heard what she was telling me.
But you both document it differently, correct?
Correct.
And obviously, if this conversation were recorded, then we would know what was correct, right?
Correct.
You also state that Mrs. Kelly seems confused, right?
Yes.
Why did you describe her as being confused?
Her demeanor while she was talking to me, she appeared. It's kind of hard to explain. She seemed confused when she was giving me her answers.
Why do you say that? Why do you use that word? Just can you describe what she was doing that prompted you to describe that as being confused?
She was standing right in front of me. She looked a bit confused, distressed. She was looking to the sides while she was giving the answers.
So fair to say you use the word distressed, right?
Yes.
Agitated,
Yes.
maybe scared?
Potentially, yes.
Okay. Whenever somebody's in that kind of state where they seem confused, it's helpful to do some follow-up questioning with them. Is that right?
I don't think I understand.
Would it be helpful to try to bring some clarity to her statement?
Yes.
And would it be helpful for you to maybe say to her, let's take this one step at a time, show me where you were when you first saw people, right? That might be helpful, right?
Could be.
Did you do that?
No.
And it might be helpful to say, okay, point to me where specifically you saw them. We're looking out your windows, show me the area that you saw these people, right? That might be helpful, right?
Could be.
But you didn't do that either, right?
No.
And so now we're just left with your recollection of her statements when she was in a confused and agitated state, right?
Correct.
I don't have anything else, Your Honor.
Redirect.
Deputy Castaneto, these were the witnesses you had that day, correct?
Yes.
After they gave you the information they gave you, did you do the follow-up you could do based on what you had?
Yes.
Objection leading.
Sustained.
Was there any other follow-up you could do based on what the witnesses told you that day?
In reference,
Like, was there anything else you could do to determine whether a crime had occurred on the Kelly residence that day based on the information you had from the Kellys?
no.
If the Kellys had told you that Mr. Kelly fired his AK-47 multiple times, would that have changed what you did?
Yes.
That's all I had, Your Honor.
Any more questions for this witness from any of the members of the jury? Seeing none, thank you again, sir. You can step down.
Thank you.
The state can call its next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Liz Huerta.
What was that again?
Liz Huerta,
Huerta?
Huerta.
Thank you.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Thank you. If you please come over here to the witness stand and have a seat.
I don't recognize her. Maybe she was in uniform. Sorry, y'all. I had an echo and I didn't know it.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please tell the jury your name and your occupation?
My name is Elizabeth Huerta, and I am a dispatch supervisor for the Santa Cruz County Sheriff's Office.
Can you tell the jury how long you've worked for the Sheriff's Department?
A total of 6 years.
As the dispatch supervisor, is one of your duties as the custodian of records for the dispatch recordings?
Yes.
Did you provide a thumb drive with the dispatch recordings related to the George Allen Kelly case to the county attorney's office?
Yes.
And did those dispatch recordings include a call from a dispatcher to Mr. Kelly on January 30th at 5:58 p.m.?
Yes.
And did you listen to a CD provided by the county attorney's office to determine whether that was an accurate recording of that call with Mr. Kelly?
Yes.
Thank you for waiting to come back to the mic. I appreciate that.
I'm showing you what have been marked as State's Exhibits 21 and 56. Do you recognize those two documents?
Yes.
Starting with Exhibit 56, could you tell us what that is?
It's a verbatim CD that includes recordings from the call.
Was that the call we just described between the dispatcher and Mr. Kelly on January 30th at 5:58 p.m.?
Yes.
And was that the call in its entirety according to the records that you have?
Yes.
Did you recognize one of the voices on the recording?
Yes.
And who was the voice?
Ivana Cañas.
And was she the dispatcher at the time?
Yes.
You're going to move for admission of Exhibit 56.
56 is admitted.
Did you also take a look at Exhibit 21?
Yes.
And is that the transcript of that 911 call?
Yes.
And did that transcript appear to be accurate
Yes.
based on the recording you listened to?
Yes.
You're going to move for admission of State's Exhibit 21.
Well, transcripts are usually not received or admitted in evidence. The evidence is the CD.
That's fine, Your Honor. We'll just distribute the transcript when we play it for the jury. But I just want to make sure it's accurate.
All right, so we have testimony about the transcript and its accuracy. It's not admitted, but it can be used for demonstrative purposes. And when you use it, I'll give another instruction to the jury.
Thank you, Your Honor. We're going to play that with a different witness. Thank you. That's all I have with this witness.
Oh, okay. So, obviously, there's a recording. It's been admitted as Exhibit 56. Exhibit 21 is a transcript. Apparently, that's going to be played through another witness, so you will hear that. The evidence, when we have a recording, is always the recording itself. The transcript is another one of these demonstrative exhibits. So, just in case I forget to give this instruction to you at the time, when you hear the recording, you'll have a transcript. If what you hear on the recording is different from what's on the transcript, the recording is the evidence, and that's what should control your recollection of the evidence. Okay, and that's true of any recording and any transcript. Okay, you said that's all the questions you had of the witness?
Yes, Your Honor.
Very well. Cross-examination.
Okay, let's go back to what you do in this department. What is your job?
I'm a dispatch supervisor, so I supervise, I should be supervising 10 dispatchers. Currently, I supervise 8.
Do you actually also participate in calls?
Can you repeat the question?
Do you also participate in taking in calls?
Yes.
Okay. And were you working on this date?
Yes.
January 30th, 23?
Yes.
Okay. And what was your shift?
I worked, I believe, 6 to 18 that day.
6 p.m.?
100 hours. 6 in the morning.
6 in the morning, oh, 600.
Mm-hmm.
To what?
1,800 hours.
Okay, so you have long days.
At the time I did it, yes.
All right. So did part of this call roll onto someone else's shift?
Yes.
Okay. Were you there aware of the 2 times that there was a dispatch?
Can you repeat the question?
Were you aware of 2 dispatches as a result of the call at the same address?
Yes.
Okay. Now, explain for jurors how calls come in. If it's a 911 call, how does it come in? And who takes it, and then what happens to it from there?
A 911 call comes in through our next generation Barba system, and there is no protocol on if someone's just taking 911s. It's whoever takes the call, whoever is able to get to it first.
Okay. So you answer a call. Do you also contact the officers to dispatch them out to the scene of the call? Or who does that?
Yes, normally we dispatch the call on the radio.
How do you take a call? Let's say you're on like a phone line, right? Of some sort, a headset maybe. What do you have?
We have a headset.
Okay, so you get an incoming call and pretend that you're the first one to take it. So you pick up on that caller. You determine that they need an officer at their location. Do you actually type in, or how do you get the call to an officer if you're talking with the person on the phone?
We take the call information in our CAD system. We add the call. The deputy as well has a CAD system. They're able to view what we input, and then we give it on the radio.
Do you do that while you're on the phone with someone, or do you tell them to hold on, or does it go to another person?
It depends on the situation of the call.
Well, give me an idea what's the majority of the time. A call comes in, you're on the phone, I'm a caller, I'm upset, I'm trying to give you a description of someone that just assaulted me and how they're running and which direction. Now I'm following them. How do you communicate to your deputies the location, the descriptions? How is that happening while you're talking to me?
We have a dispatcher on the call. There should be another dispatcher listening to that call to assist with putting out information on the radio to the deputies.
Is that person called a different name as far as job tasks, or that they're just the same person like you? Take away your supervisory role, okay? But if you were taken in the call, automatically someone else has to join your call?
They don't have to, but that's in our dispatch center. We work as a team, and that's what we do. If we're not on another call, we'll listen into someone else's call, see if it's an emergency call, and verify if we have to start helping with radio traffic.
On this date, on this call, this was an emergency call. We got a shooter, correct? That's high priority, isn't it?
It was unknown if there was a shooter.
Well, wait, the call that you received was not directly from a 911, correct? It came from Border Patrol, right?
Yes.
And then Border Patrol says there was a shot heard and there might be shooting back or something to that, whatever the communication was. Isn't that a priority call? We got a possible shooter going on. You doubting it?
No.
Okay, it's not your job to doubt it, is it?
No.
All right, you're not law enforcement, are you?
No.
Okay. All right. I'm not trying to make this too complicated, but I'm now you got a call where possible shots are heard. Is that a priority call?
Yes.
Okay. Now, and you're saying you just happen to have a partner listening to this call at the same time? Two people are listening? Or was everybody busy?
I'm sorry, which call are you referring to?
Which call would you like to talk about? Let's start in order. How about the first one?
That one was priority.
Okay. So someone recognized that a shot, we better take it serious, right?
Yes.
Okay. And who took the call in?
The first call was taken by Javier Tintos.
Okay. And who assisted that call?
I was training him, so I was listening into that call.
So you were on listening to the call?
Yes.
Okay. So we have learned that that somehow from dispatch, a miscommunication was sent out, and I'm noting it on your call sheets, okay? Have you seen your call sheets?
I have not.
Okay. You do have them, page 3?
Which call sheet are you referring to?
The one at, let's talk about the one at 21:21 and 46 seconds.
Your Honor, and I'm not sure what the witnesses are referring to. I'm not sure what counsel's referring to and if the witness has it.
All right, it's time to take our mid-morning break. That way, counsel and witness might be able to organize their thoughts a little bit better. We'll give them an opportunity to do that. We'll take our mid-morning break. It's 9:45. We'll take a 30-minute break, and we'll be back at 10:15.
Okay, guys, we're going to skim forward because I am watching this as a replay.
The presence of all the jurors, counsel,
There
and
we
the
go.
defendant, and we'll have the witness come back on the witness stand. All right. We're still in cross-examination, is that correct?
Yes, I just barely started. Thank you. Okay, I have put you on your desk, a stapled packet that for reference for the court is marked as defense JJ. Can you identify this? Are these your call sheets for this case?
And Your Honor, I haven't seen this yet, so I'd like to take a look at it as well.
Do you want to step up? Or?
Thank you.
Sure.
Ooh, sorry about that, y'all. My neck. Ooh. I'm having an echo problem, I'm told, so I'm trying to resolve it. So please forgive me if my eyes are bouncing.
Defense
It
JJ?
looks like they're missing a page, so I don't know if the witness might need the page that's missing, but it does look like it's missing a page.
This is the call sheets, is that correct? Can you speak into the mic, please?
Yes, these are call sheets.
Okay, and just take a look at them, at each page, review it. You know how to read these, right?
Yes.
Let me know when you're done.
something.
Okay. And do you recognize these from the incident that was started on January 30th at the location that we're here before this court on?
I recognize two
To what?
of the call cards.
Okay, is when you print out, these are computer generated, correct?
Yes.
So you can't alter them, correct? It just registers the calls as they come in and go out, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you title this, the county here calls it call detail report. I'm going to just abbreviate that to call sheets, okay? Are we talking about the same thing now?
Yes.
And as you go through this, I mean, you're going to pick up other calls, but you do see the calls to Mr. Kelly's residence, correct? And you were aware of those calls, right?
Yes.
And you're the supervisor and was overseeing this in a lot of ways, correct?
Overseeing the call cards,
Your call department, what was going on?
I oversaw until the end of my shift.
Yes. And you said you left at what time?
1,800 hours.
Okay. And so you said you were aware of both incidences, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And so would this be a call sheet or call detail report dealing with these incoming and outgoing calls as they're dispatched, correct?
Yes.
All right, and this accurately depicts, you can't control it, right? This is computer generated, right?
Yes.
And you can say that this is the call sheet, as I call it, for this incident, correct?
Two of them, yes.
What's two mean?
You have a third call and it is missing the first page.
Where's the third call? Let me come up.
Interesting.
This is page 2.
I am struggling to get where I need to go.
Yes, this is a different one. Yeah. It's part of whatever's missing here.
Oh, that's my hearing aid, y'all. My bad.
You can step up if you want.
Sure, Judge, thank you.
I was just given these by the state, so I'm just trying to make this record as clean as possible. So, take these off. It's not this call, right? Is it this call?
I can't fully confirm. The first page has the address.
This is how I got in your records, so I'm just trying to. You have to have it easy to get to. And my question, maybe we just have we need to get this straightened out. I'm just taking these reports as I get them.
I'll be right back, y'all.
I'm going to go look for page 1 of something that they provided, so I will be.
All right, let me, I understand. Do you have another witness? All right, why don't we, instead of taking a break, trying to figure this out, if it's all right with you, why don't we have the witness step down, have the witness recalled when we're able to straighten this?
If it has something to do with the calls, though, I would prefer to start with this witness. I don't know who they're bringing. Okay.
Does that sound all right?
So if we could do this at lunch.
Is that all right? All right.
I don't know that I have anything different, but they don't.
I understand. Well, that'll give you time to figure it out during a break instead of during trial time. All right, well, don't worry about it. You're not doing anything wrong. But we just have we're not sure who's got what paperwork, so we're going to get that straightened out, and we'll have to recall you, okay? So it'll probably be after the noon break. Does that sound about right, after the noon break?
Sure, Your Honor. As soon as we're done with Detective Barba, I think, if that's okay with the court, or we can.
Well, you're
recall
going to
her
need
in
some
the middle.
time to figure out what's missing and what's not missing. So if you'd step down and stay in touch with this officer here, and he'll make sure you're ready to go when you go. Okay? All right, good enough. So this witness is stepping down, and she'll be subject to recall when we straighten that matter out. You can call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Detective Barba.
solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help you God.
Sir, if you come over to the witness stand and have a
I
seat,
know it was
please.
somebody else's device, maybe?
Come here.
Now I'm hearing a little echo. Let's see.
Can we take a seat?
Sure.
Really, Sensei?
Thank you. Good morning. Could you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your last name?
Yes, ma'am. Good morning. My name is Mario Barba. My last name is spelled B-A-R.
That is weird.
And Detective Barba, could you please tell the jury
Test,
just a little
test.
bit what you do for a living?
Yes, ma'am. I'm currently assigned to the Criminal Investigations Division. I'm a detective with the Santa Cruz County Sheriff's Office. I was hired by the Sheriff's Office in October of 2018. That's
Okay,
the
his
month
mic
I
is
attended
good.
The Southern Arizona Law Enforcement Training Center in Tucson. It's they call it SELETSI. It's the police academy. I graduated the SELETSI Academy in March of 2019, and then after my graduation, I began a FTO process that was 12 weeks long. That ended approximately in June of 2019. And upon completion of my FTO, I was assigned to the patrol division.
And after you were assigned to patrol, were you subsequently promoted?
Yes.
Can you tell us a little bit about your promotion?
Yes, ma'am.
That's
So
her
in
mic.
January of 2023, I was fortunate to be promoted to the rank of corporal, and that was when I was assigned to the Criminal Investigations Division.
That's
And
on
were
them.
you
There's nothing I
also
can do about
assigned-
that.
When were you assigned as a detective? Was that
Uh,
at the same time?
Correct.
So you were promoted to corporal and assigned as a detective in January of '23.
Yes, that's correct.
When in January of '23?
January 7th of 2023.
And when you started in detectives, can you tell me, on January 30th of 2023, were you
got it.
on call?
Yes, ma'am. I was the on-call investigator for that week. We rotate on-call responsibilities, which essentially means that after hours, if a call comes that needs criminal investigations assistance, the on-call investigator will get that call and he'll
Okay, I
determine
think
if
we
have
got
to
it.
go out and investigate or.
But it
see how
is
we
on
can
their
assist.
end. I apologize, guys.
To answer your question, yes, I was the on-call.
There's nothing I can do about court audios.
And can you tell me, on January 30th of 2023, did you get a call involving the George Allen Kelly case?
Yes.
What time were you called regarding this case?
I was called at approximately 6 in the afternoon.
When you received the call, what did you do?
So I received a call from Sergeant Garcia. She briefed me on the incident. I terminated the phone call with Sergeant Garcia, and then I proceeded my chain of command and called my sergeant, which was or is Sergeant Flores. I relayed the same information to him, and he began to delegate responsibilities.
And what was, normally if you're the on-call detective, are you the lead detective?
Yes,
Did the sergeant determine that might not be appropriate in this particular situation?
yes. So on this particular situation, I was 2 weeks into my new assignment, brand new detective. I had not yet attended a detective school. My investigation skills up to that point were the same as patrol. Detectives receive additional investigation skills, which allow us to investigate further. However, I hadn't received that training the day I received the call, so
Okay,
Sergeant Flores
I think we're good.
delegated responsibilities as to who's going to be the lead detective for the case.
And who did he determine would be lead?
Detective Ainsa.
And what was your capacity during this investigation with Detective Ainsa?
I shadowed him throughout the investigation, shadowed and assisted.
Do you recall what the first thing you did regarding this investigation was on January 30th of 2023?
Yeah, so right after I terminated the phone call with my sergeant,
Sergeant Flores. He instructed me to go to the office and wait for Detective Ainsa and wait for further instruction. Upon my arrival to the office, Detective Ainsa began working on a residential search warrant, which I shadowed him. I was essentially over his shoulder watching him do the search warrant for the house.
And what's the next thing y'all did?
The next thing we did was we interviewed Mr. Kelly, and then we also interviewed Miss Kelly.
And were you present for both of those interviews?
I was present for the interview for Mr. Kelly, and I was present with Miss Kelly for the beginning, but then I had to step out.
You talked about getting a search warrant. Was that search warrant eventually authorized by a judge?
Yes, ma'am.
And after that search warrant was authorized, could you tell the jury what you did?
So after the search warrant was authorized, we went over to the house and we served the search warrant. And my role in that search warrant was to search the house. So
Let me stop you for a second.
Yes.
What time did you arrive at the residence to serve that first search warrant?
It was after midnight. I would say approximately at 1 in the morning, the following day.
So would that be January 31st of
Correct.
2023?
Correct.
And would your report refresh your recollection as to the time?
Yes, ma'am.
Showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 1.10. Can you take a look and see if that refreshes your recollection?
I documented at approximately 12:30 in the morning on January 31st, we arrived at the home to serve the first search warrant.
And you started to tell us, so what's the residence that you arrived at to serve the search warrant?
The resident's going to be off the top of my head, ma'am. I don't remember the exact address.
Okay. Was it the Kelly residence?
Correct.
And was that detailed in the search warrant that Detective Ainsa obtained?
Yes, ma'am.
The address was included?
Yes.
And when you arrived at that, at the Kelly residence, you started to tell us what your task was with respect to serving the search warrant. Could you tell us what your role was that day?
Yes, so like I was mentioning, I was given the task of searching. So I assisted in searching the whole residence to include the kitchen, the living room, the common areas, the bedrooms, bathrooms, all the areas that were inside the residence.
Could you tell the jury first, we've already heard some of this a little bit, so I don't want to go into too much detail, but can you tell me, are there different roles that people play when they're serving search warrants?
Yes.
Could you tell the jury just basically what those are?
Yeah, so obviously we have a searcher, we have a scriber. That person is tasked to write down everything that's been collected and where it's being collected from, also the time it's collected. We have somebody that's physically collecting the items. We have someone that's photographing the items. It's being collected, and post it's collected. So yeah, those are some of the responsibilities.
All right. And is there a way that you document which rooms you're in for the photographs?
Yeah, so each room is labeled with a letter placard, and we'll tape the letter placard at the front door or wherever it's visible, and then we'll write down what is it. For example, A will be kitchen, B will be living room, C bedroom, so on and so forth.
And are those just examples for this case? Those aren't the actual letters for the
Correct.
rooms in this case, are they?
Yeah, they're examples.
Okay. Now, before you started searching the residence, at some point that night, did you have contact with Deputy Rafael Lopez?
Yes, ma'am.
And can you tell me, did Deputy Lopez turn over some items of evidence to you.
Yes, ma'am.
What items of evidence did he turn over to you?
He turned over a handgun, a magazine, a cell phone, and a pocket knife with a leather pouch.
And was that cell phone AT&T Alcatel cell phone model 4052R?
Yes,
And did you mark that as item 12JA?
yes,
And the handgun he turned over, was that a .40 caliber Glock handgun? That was eventually item 11JA.
yes.
I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 75. Could you take a look inside the bag and see if you recognize it without taking it out?
Do you have, Ms. Hunley,
Yes, sir.
do you have gloves?
Oh, sorry. And if you need scissors, are there scissors here?
I don't- Is it okay if I stand up?
Please don't take the items out of the bag, though. Just look inside.
It's double bagged, so I'm gonna open the additional bag.
Okay?
I recognize that.
And what do those items appear to be?
These are the items that were handed to me by Deputy Lopez.
And what is it specifically?
Oh, it's a handgun, it's a holster and a magazine for the handgun.
And Your Honor, the state moves for admission of State's Exhibit 75, which has been marked as item 11JA.
No objection.
75 is admitted.
And Your Honor, could the witness publish this to the jury?
Yes.
So, Detective Barba, could you please take the handgun out, make sure it's safe, and then if you wouldn't mind coming down in front of the jury and just displaying it slowly so each of the jurors can get a good look?
It's okay to take it out?
Yes.
Okay, I said I was eating mixed nuts. I'm not a fan of peanuts, Casey asked. In another jury, in Hannah Gutierrez's Reed jury, the gun expert was handling the gun and to the point to where he actually aimed it at the judge. He was flashing it everywhere. So I really respect the way these guys are handling the weapons, barrel down, not pointing it or flashing it around. We'll see how he does. I wish I could zoom in, but I can't. Perfectly handling that weapon.
Make sure it's safe before
Yes.
you
Yes,
did.
It's zip tied and the sign is locked to the back of the safe.
Okay, thank you. And if you could hold it in a way that they could actually see it.
Properly
maybe with a
holding
different
that
part of your
weapon.
hand. There you go. And if you could move a little closer to the jury and just walk past them so they can all get a good look.
Okay, that is how you handle a weapon. You don't wave it around. It's pointing down, even though it's empty. Who verified there's no ammo in it. And he's still pointing it down. I mean, come on. The Hannah Gutierrez Reed
Thank you,
trial,
Detective. Could you put that back in the bag?
the state's expert, or no, the defense's expert and the state's need to watch how this guy did it. That's proper. I mean, the other guy actually went to show that was empty, and he's sitting in the witness box. The judge is, oh, I gotta get my hands here. The judge is like right on this side of him, and he does this. And does
I
that.
put
to
another
show.
exhibit
And
on
deputy
the
went,
witness stand. Could you take a look at item number 76 and see if you recognize that?
that deputy in that court case was not happy with that witness. And neither was that judge, let me tell you.
And if you need to open it to get a better look, feel
Yeah,
free.
can I open it?
Yes, please.
Now I applaud anybody who handles a gun right. Almost sounds like he's counting the ammo. Having a hard time opening it.
I recognize this as well.
And is that what you marked as item 12JA?
Yes, this is the cell phone.
And is that the item you received from Deputy Lopez that he advised you he received from the defendant?
Correct.
Your Honor, move for admission of State's Exhibit 76.
No objection.
76 is admitted.
I mean, come on, y'all. Ranchers own guns.
And did you receive these items from Deputy Lopez after you'd received the search warrant and after you arrived at the Kelly residence?
Yes.
Now, in the morning hours, at some point after you finished your search of the residence that night, did you return back home that night?
Yes.
Did you serve another search warrant the next day?
Yes.
And do you know what time you served that second search warrant?
I would have to refresh my recollection with the report.
Please do.
We served it at approximately 1:15 in the afternoon.
And when you served that second search warrant, what was your role in the second search warrant?
I had the same role.
So you were also a finder or a searcher?
Correct.
Who was in charge of packaging that evidence and putting it all into evidence?
We packaged it as a team. We have a conference room inside our criminal investigations division that's isolated to our access only. And so it was myself, it was Detective Ainsa, it was Sergeant Flores.
So you all packaged it together, photographed it together, and put it in evidence
Correct.
as a team?
Correct.
Do you know who the photographer was that day?
Detective Ainsa.
Now, after you finished that second search warrant, were you tasked with notification of next of kin?
Yes.
Could you tell the jury what that task is?
So we have to notify the immediate family member, usually the wife of the decedent. At this point, we had figured out that the decedent was a foreign national. So I contacted the Mexican consulate for their assistance in trying to locate the decedent's family.
Did they, within a couple of days, get back to you with contact info?
Yes.
And based on that contact info, at some point, were you able to make contact with the victim's family?
So not me, the consulate had advised me that they had contacted the victim family and they had notified them.
Oh, so they made notification for you?
Correct.
Okay. And then subsequent to that, did you actually meet with the victim's daughters?
Yes.
You're the one.
Was that on February 15th, 2023 in Nogales, Sonora?
Yes, that's correct.
You're the one that went across the border.
At some point during the investigation, were you tasked with reviewing some video surveillance that was obtained from Border Patrol?
Yes.
Do you remember how many of those videos you reviewed?
I reviewed 3 separate videos.
And can you tell me, were you involved with obtaining that surveillance video?
Yes.
When did you make the initial request to Border Patrol for the video?
The initial request had to be within that same week. The exact day I would also have to recollect my
Please refer to your report.
Now, in the opening statements, it was
Detective, do you know how many
alleged
supplements
that
you
he
have in
did
this
not-
case?
I have 22 supplements in this case.
Okay, so go ahead and please tell us what the date was on this.
that he did not communicate with the policia when he went to Mexico to do these interviews, including the eyewitness in the case that testified like at end of day 1 or day 2.
It was on January 31st.
So you initially made the request on January 31st?
Correct.
Did you have to follow up with a formal request for that surveillance video?
Correct. And that follow-up was on February 6th.
Do you know when that video came in? If you know.
I don't know.
But you know it did because you reviewed part of it, is that right?
Correct. Yep.
Now, I just want to go back to your notification to the Mexican consulate. Did you advise them of the nature of the case and that sort of information?
Yes.
So they were fully aware of the details?
Correct.
And I skipped over something. Did you also attend the autopsy in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Who was lead at the autopsy?
Detective Ainsa.
And were there photographs taken during the autopsy as well?
Yes.
And who took those photos?
Detective Ainsa.
And the medical
At some point, were you
examiner and their
tasked with
assistant?
interviewing Border Patrol agents in this case?
Yes.
And can you tell me, were the Border Patrol agents you were tasked with interviewing those officers that were involved in the Kelly case?
Yes.
Did you interview an Agent Dugan?
Yes.
Did you do that on February 7th of 23?
Yes.
And did you interview an agent named Leyugan?
Correct.
And did you do that on February 14th of 2023?
Yes.
At some point, were you contacted by Border Patrol, actually on February 8th of 2023, were you contacted by Border Patrol that they had encountered an individual who was a potential witness in the case?
Yes.
And what was this individual's name?
His name was Ramon Felix Gonzalez.
And did you interview this individual?
Yes.
Did he provide you a statement?
Yes.
Did you audio and video record that statement?
Yes.
Do you recall the time and date that you audio and video recorded the statement?
Yes. The time or the date was February 8th, 2023, and the time was at 10 in the evening, 2200 hours.
10 in the evening is when you arrived or when you recorded
When I
the?
recorded, I received the call at 9 in the evening, and I arrived at 10. The initial report had a mistake. I documented the time wrong. However, I then I noticed the discrepancy, and I fixed it in an additional report.
May I approach the witness room? Showing you supplement number 29, States Exhibit 1.29. Could you take a look at that and see if it refreshes your recollection with respect to the times?
Correct. Documented, I arrived at the Sonora Border Patrol headquarters at approximately 10 in the evening.
So was your recording after that then?
Correct.
Thank you. During that interview, did you receive some contact information for
Yes.
the victim or for
Yes.
the individual? Did you attempt to make contact with that individual on other occasions after this interview?
Yes, on multiple occasions.
And were you able to make contact with this individual ever again after this initial interview?
Not with the individual. I confirmed that the contact information he provided was correct. When he provided the contact information to me, he told me that was for a Rosa, which he identified
Objection,
as his.
hearsay.
Stain.
Did you when you obtained the information, when you made contact with the individual on the information, were you able to ascertain whether they were related to the defendant?
Yes.
Based on this initial contact with this individual, did you make a recommendation regarding charges related to this individual?
Yes.
And were charges added for this individual?
Yes.
And what charges were added?
Aggravated assault.
And was this individual a suspect or a victim of that aggravated assault?
El victim.
After you weren't able to make contact with this individual, what happened with those aggravated assault charges related to Ramon Felix Gonzalez?
They were dropped.
Now, after you met up with this individual on February 8th of 2023, did you meet up with another individual who indicated they were a victim and a witness to the crime?
Yes.
And who was that individual?
That was Daniel Ramirez.
That's who we heard on the end of the first.
And what date did you meet with Daniel Ramirez?
I believe it was February 13th, 2023.
And he lied about his last name because he had an illegal card, because he's not a citizen of Mexico. He's still a citizen of Honduras, and he's illegally in Mexico. And he had a fake ID with the last name of somebody else. And then then he had come into the United States 9 to 10 times,
February
and every
15th.
time was sent back.
And just for the
one
record,
time
I'm showing you
found
what's been marked as States
of
Exhibit
smuggling in marijuana.
1.23, is that correct?
Correct.
Trying to be careful.
And did that refresh your recollection?
Yes, ma'am.
Bought me.
And the date of that interview
February 15th.
of 2023?
Correct.
Did you have permission from anybody to cross over and
And can you tell us, without telling us
interview?
what Daniel said to you that day, can you tell us how that interview came about?
Yes, so Sheriff Hathaway had contacted the next of kin. Next of kin was able to provide him with Daniel's information, and he organized the interview or the meeting.
Sheriff Hathaway organized the interview.
Correct.
And did Sheriff Hathaway ask you to accompany him to this interview?
Yes.
And did you do so?
Yes.
And during this interview, was part of the interview recorded?
Yes.
And can you tell me who else was present that day when Daniel came to meet with you initially?
Gabriel's 2 daughters were present.
Okay, guys, here's problem. I have to stop because some of y'all may not know what's going on, so I want to give you some backstory. During the interview, you heard she said, was part of the interview recorded? He said yes. Part of the problem was only 6 minutes of a synopsis of the interview was recorded. The entire interview was not recorded. And he was there with the daughters of the victim, who were both pregnant, all in the same room. It was not under a controlled situation. This here is, and he did not go to the police in Mexico and inform them that he was there doing an investigation. I don't know if that's legal or not, but to me, I'm a little sketchy on this. Why did you not record the entire interview since that's what you were there for? Why? Number one. Then you go and record a synopsis with both you and Daniel. I'm just kind of perplexed as to why you didn't do this properly.
And also a family member by the name of Juan Carlos was present.
Oh, another family member was there. You don't interview a witness with family members sitting there, peoples.
On March 13th of 2023, did you obtain a search warrant, in this case for some cell phones?
Yes.
Which cell phones did you obtain search warrants for?
I obtained a search warrant.
Okay, let's back up. This happened January 30th. You're in March before you obtain cell phones. You got a warrant to search the homes and to take the guns and all that. Why didn't you include cell phones? Number one. Number two, you notice she didn't ask any more questions about the interview? I wonder why. I hope the defense nails him on it.
Warrant for the decedent's Gabriel's cell phone.
My humble
Also
opinion.
for Mr. Kelly's cell phone. And the third cell phone was for Miss Kelly's cell phone.
And we've already admitted Exhibit 76, which is the cell phone for Mr. Kelly, is that right?
Correct.
And then you said two other cell phones, a cell phone for Wanda Kelly and one for the victim, Gabriel Cuen Buitimea, is that right?
Correct.
So you got husband, wife, and victim. Yeah, play with my ponytail, y'all. Sorry.
I placed in front of you Exhibit 77. Can you tell me, do you recognize that item?
Yes.
And what is that item?
This is Mrs. Kelly's cell phone.
And did you mark that item as 13JA?
Yes.
Move for admission of State's Exhibit 77.
No objection.
77's admitted.
And I also put in front of you Exhibit 81. Could you take a look at that one? And if you need to open it, go ahead.
This is the victim's Mr. Buitimea's cell phone.
And did you mark that item as 16.3JA?
Correct.
And once you obtained the search warrant for these three cell phones, what did you do with these three cell phones?
I delivered them to FBI Special Agent Douglas in Tucson, Arizona, who assisted me with the forensic download on the cell phones.
And why did you involve the FBI and Agent Douglas in these downloads?
That was per the county attorney's recommendation.
Okay. Did they have an expertise y'all didn't have at that point?
Yes,
And was that in a program called Celebrate?
that's correct.
And did Agent Douglas assist with attempting extractions using the Celebrate software?
Yes, ma'am.
And did Agent Douglas provide you with those Celebrate extractions on May 4th of 2023?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you submit them into evidence as item number 5MB?
Yes.
Now, after you spoke with Agent Douglas, did he make a recommendation to you without telling us what that recommendation was?
Yes.
After he made that recommendation, did you obtain another search warrant?
Yes.
And what was this search warrant for?
Was for a physical review of Mr. Kelly's cell phone.
And can you explain to the jury what that means and why you did that?
So a physical review is essentially that, me physically opening up Mr. Kelly's cell phone and going through the contents to include pictures, call logs, text messages, anything that would be inside his cell phone. The reason why I did that was because in the previous search warrant I had generated, the language in that search warrant was specific for a forensic review. Once Once I received the return from Special Agent Douglas and his recommendation, I determined that I couldn't go into his phone because of the language on the first warrant was specific for a forensic review. So I felt like Mr. Kelly still had that expectation of privacy on his cell phone, and I didn't want to violate his rights. So that's why I decided to generate another search warrant with the language specific for a physical review and see if probable cause still existed, which it did because it was granted.
And did you obtain that, I guess that would be the third search warrant for this phone on June 13th of 2023?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you complete the physical examination of item 12JA, Exhibit 76, on June 14th of 2023?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you complete the return for that search warrant on June 15th of 2023?
Yes.
Your Honor, could we have a second on the headset?
Uh-oh. Something's going to happen. Once again, y'all,
No.
I don't have the aha moment. I don't know, y'all. I don't know. I really don't. I'm at a loss. I think that the phone records are going to come in and it's going to be
So
nasty.
while she's doing that, I'll
gonna
just
be
tell
a
you why we use these things. This is new and pretty new, and courts started to use them more during the pandemic. In the absence of these, what we used to do, courts did for years and years and years, is called a bench conference. This is the bench. So whenever we had to have these conversations, everyone would come up here, we'd cluster all around here, we'd huddle up here, we'd whisper so you couldn't hear us, the jurors couldn't hear us. Court reporter had to lean in and make sure she heard. We're all potentially breathing and coughing all over each other. It wasn't a good, even without COVID or any of that, it wasn't a good situation. They all had to come up here and everything. So this is you can hear really great on these things, and it's just a much more efficient way of doing this, takes less time, and it's a better way of
kinda
doing
like
it
it.
because you can hear
Never
better.
seen it before, but I like it.
But that's what we call bench conferences. And again, those are just legal matters. It's nothing factual about the case. Those are just legal matters that the judge has to decide, and that's why they're generally not shared with you.
I really appreciate his explanation for the jurors. I really, really do, because most people don't get to sit on juries but once in a lifetime, if that.
Not to mention the fact that older judges like myself get a little hard of hearing, so it's a better way for me to hear what's going on.
Sorry, my door was open. Yeah, not everybody hears the same. Look at me. So that is better. So they are going to bring in.
Doesn't look like any of you are hearing aid age yet. No?
By the way, I have the transcript from yesterday. They will be bringing in some text messages, and it might get a little Bye.
Seem to be hearing all right, huh? Oh, you wear them? Good. You hearing okay? Both ears? Good. Where'd you get them? No, I'm just kidding. We'll talk with them.
They're talking about hearing aids.
We'll talk
Funny.
afterwards. Okay. All right.
That is funny. They're
What?
talking hearing aids.
Special, yeah. All right. I was thinking Costco, but
Oh, man. Costco are horrible. Don't go to Costco for hearing aids. These babies are buku powerful.
I have my own little
The
speaker
bigger
up there,
this,
so you
the
know, just-
stronger they are.
Detective, could
That's
you
about
please
as
take
strong
a
as you
look
can
at
get.
State's Exhibit 61?
Okay, they're bringing in text messages on Kelly's phone, and there's going to be a motion. How much you want to bet? I'll put a bet up on that one. How much you want to bet there's a motion? Oh. Ooh, I don't know if y'all heard that, but that was a good pop. I ordered lunch. Mm.
I'm going to be watching you, juror number 2. If I see you turn something off, then we're going to... You got them on?
They would need a sign language interpreter for me. They would not want to pay that. I will probably never be on a jury because I would need an interpreter, and it would cost a lot of money for an interpreter because they're special court interpreters for the deaf. A basic interpreter can't do court if a judge is there, can't interpret. This is interpret. I did go to school to be an interpreter and a deaf support specialist. I have a degree in that. The other specialized interpreters are from hospital or medical. So if a doctor is deaf themselves and they need an interpreter for every client, or if they're surgeons or whatever, they need a specialized interpreter. But a basic interpreter can go to a doctor's appointment or a deaf client, interpret that. I don't know what's taking so
Have
long.
you reviewed Exhibit 61?
They're going to review.
Does Exhibit 61 contain text messages you obtained during the physical download of Mr. Kelly's cell phone?
Yes, they're pictures of the text messages that I took of Mr. Kelly's cell phone.
And do they appear to be
Screenshots.
accurate pictures of the text messages you took on Mr. Kelly's cell phone?
Yes, ma'am.
So
Your
he's
Honor, move for admission
validating
of
it so they
State's
can bring it
Exhibit
in as
61.
evidence.
I'm going to object based on foundation as to who makes the statements that are contained in text messages. I don't think this witness has that foundation.
Yeah, what's
Your Honor,
the
these are
foundation?
text messages on Mr. Kelly's cell phone. We don't have to establish who they're to and from.
Ooh,
Well, I assume they're being offered to prove the statements that the defendant made,
That's correct.
obviously
they're
there's
gonna be let
another
in.
person who's a recipient of the messages, but they're not offered to prove what that person said or might have responded to. Is that?
That's correct, Your Honor.
And you were going to say something else?
I was going to say the next exhibit is also the photographs of the person's phone number and name from the contact list. So I was going to admit that as well, but
The objection's overruled, and was it 61?
61, yes, Your
61's
Honor.
admitted.
yeah, I hope you don't put that phone number up for the jury and everyone to see. I mean, that,
Could you also take a look at,
and
and can you explain to the jury what you mean by
on the camera.
photographs of the text messages, just so we're clear on what you did during your physical examination?
Yeah, so
Hundreds
I went
of
into
thousands
Mr. Kelly's phone, his
People were
message
contacting Hannah
inbox.
and her attorney.
He had multiple messages from different recipients. I opened up each individual thread from a specific recipient, and I took a photo with my department issue camera of the message that was received and then the message that was sent out. And that was the same process that was going with each thread of message that he had.
And so just as explain my ruling, because there's a limiting instruction, text messages, obviously a conversation between two or more persons, right? But this is being offered and received and can be considered by you as to what the defendant is alleged to have said in these messages. What these other people are saying or not saying is not offered to prove the truth of what they're saying. I don't know who they are or what they're saying.
So you can
but
only take
it's
into
not
account the
important except to give
defendant's
context
words.
to the conversation that you're going to hear, or that that are in these messages. So the other people just give context to the discussion, what the subject matter is, but it's not offered to prove the truth of what they're saying, whatever they said. They're being offered solely for the truth of what, or the statements that the defendant made in these messages.
Good
ahead.
explanation. I like
Thank you,
you,
Your Honor.
Judge. I want to watch more
Could
of
you
your
take a look
court.
at State's Exhibit 62,
Good.
which is also on the bench in front of you?
I appreciate you. I wish other judges would do that kind of explanations. Jurors are not lawyers. They don't understand things and all that kind of stuff. Just like my switches are acting up.
We're ready.
Do you recognize State's Exhibit 62?
Yes.
Could you tell the jury what State's Exhibit 62 is?
It's a combination of the call log, pictures of the call log from Mr. Kelly's phone, to include the contact list, the name that he has them under, and then the phone number.
So when you say call log, what do you mean by call log?
The incoming and the outgoing calls that were produced, that were logged down on his history.
So just a list with what calls were coming in and what calls were going out?
Correct.
And then you also said contact information. Tell us what the contact information is.
So they're the numbers that are saved on his phone, on his contact list.
Sorry, go ahead.
It's okay.
So it's the name and the phone number saved in the contact list?
Correct.
And did you open each of those up and take a picture of the name and number?
Correct.
And is that what's contained in 62?
Yes.
Move for admission of State's Exhibit 62.
Objection, foundation.
Overall,
I knew that was coming. Now, guys, she's objecting because she's preserving it for an appeal. It's preservation for the appeal. Sometimes that's just the way, I mean, they're just, for that reason, they will object. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm so ready for lunch. I'm watching the DoorDash driver. He's waiting for my lunch. And I'm like, hurry, I'm a hungry girl. And sure enough, as he's going to show up, I got somebody else that's going to show up.
In front of you now is State's Exhibit 63. Were you asked by the state to review a summary of those text messages and to ascertain if they were accurately depicted in that summary?
Yes.
And did you look through your text messages to make sure the summary was accurate?
Correct.
And is State's Exhibit 63 that summary, and is it accurate to the text messages that are in front of you in Exhibit 61?
Yes.
63.
Your Honor, move for admission for demonstrative purposes only of Exhibit 63.
Okay, that's not even
Foundation.
listed in the transcript. You missed it, madame. I don't know how to silence will work. I need to silence those things.
This is for demonstrative purposes.
Yes, Judge, it's just hard to show each of those. We've already admitted the text messages. This is just for ease of the jury of viewing this.
Well, again, it's if it's for demonstrative purposes, it can be used but not admitted.
Yes.
So the objection's overruled, but it's not being offered for purposes of admission.
Ah! No! Thank you. Now where's the sound? Oh! Where's the sound? I tell you what, these dings are driving me crazy. Let me get this back up and running. There we
It's
go.
overruled, but it's not being offered for purposes of admission.
We're going to
Used
skip
but
back.
not admitted.
There we go.
Yes.
So the objection's overruled, but it's not being offered for purposes of admission.
Learned how to do that. Okay.
Detective, I'm showing you State's Exhibit 63.
Okay, she's super soft, y'all. Can't do anything about it.
Sorry, I have a soft voice. Can everyone hear me?
Thank you. Got the volume gained. Instant messaging, I love it, but man, when it starts dinging, it drives me crazy. Okay, madam. Madam. Let's go.
Detective, is this an accurate summary of the text messages that
We're not
were
going
on Mr. Kelly's phone?
Yes, ma'am.
There are some text messages on January 27th of 2023 and January 28th of 2023 with Border Patrol Agent Morcell, is that right?
That's correct.
And I see that there are initials here, GK, is that George Kelly?
Yes,
And JM, is that Jeremy Morcell?
that's correct.
And then again, on January 25th of 2023, are there text messages between Mr. Kelly and Mr. Morcell?
Yes,
Same for January 18th?
correct.
Same for January 17th?
Yep,
Same for January 16th?
correct.
Same for January, I'm sorry, and January 14th, 2023, is that between Mr. Kelly and Gary Wisdom?
That's correct.
January 13th, 2023, is that between Mr. Kelly and Mr. Morcell?
Yes,
Okay, we have about 30 more minutes before they go for a lunch break.
And then January 13th, 2023, between Mr. Kelly and an individual named Gary Miller?
that's correct.
And then January 13th, again, between Mr. Kelly and Mr. Miller?
Yep,
Text message January 13th between Mr. Kelly and Matt Kelly.
that's correct.
And then a January 23rd, 2022 between Mr. Kelly and Mr. Miller again. Is that right?
That's correct.
All right. And I want to go into the details of some of these text messages. Starting first with the text messages with Agent Morcell, did those text messages talk about cuts to the fence and folks who, migrants or individuals who may have been near Mr. Kelly's property that Agent Morcell was letting him know about?
Yes,
And then I want to talk specifically about the January 13th, 2023 text at 5:56 with Agent Morcell. Do you see that text message stream?
yes, the last one on that picture.
And did Agent Morcell notify him of a potential group of 23 individuals on that day near his property?
That's correct.
And also a group of 6?
That's correct.
And did Agent Morcell advise him that he thought some of them may have had narcotics?
Yes,
And did Mr. Kelly respond, okay, thanks, LNL, comprende?
yes,
And can you tell us what comprende means in Spanish?
I understand.
Do you does it, with a question mark, does it mean, do you understand?
Correct.
And so can you tell the jury what the acronym LNL stands for?
Based on the conversation, I believe the L and L stands for locked and loaded.
And what does locked and loaded mean?
The
That
gun is
He
ready
has a
to go.
weapon that's one in the chamber,
Yep.
He had a weapon that what?
that's ready to be fired.
Ready to be fired.
One in chamber, safety
I'm
off,
going to object
ready to
to
go.
that last one on speculation, Your Honor.
Your Honor, this agent knows what the acronym, or this officer knows what the acronym LNL stands for. I think he's entitled to offer that information.
I think the
Or
objection
laugh,
goes
not
to the
laugh.
weight and not the admissibility, so the objection's overruled.
Thank you.
Laughing, not laughing.
And
Yeah.
how did,
LNL.
The witness is not a party to the conversation, so, but he's giving his opinion based upon his experience in the context of the conversation about what that means. So that's what that evidence is about.
And how did Agent Morcell respond to Mr. Kelly that day?
He wrote a message back that said, entiendo.
And what does that mean in English?
I understand.
And I'd like next to talk about the text message between Mr. Kelly and Mr. Wisdom on January 14th of 2023. Do you see that text message?
Repeat the date one more time.
January 14th, Gary Wisdom and Mr. Kelly?
I see it.
And did Mr. Kelly say to Mr. Wisdom, 29 illegals caught here this week might have cut fence. I am checking now, looking for cows.
Correct.
And then did Mr. Kelly say he found 2 cows?
Correct.
On January 13th of 2023 at 6:58, did Mr. Kelly have a text exchange with Mr. Miller?
Yes.
And did Mr. Kelly say, overrun with drug cartel, AK getting a lot of work? See attachment from Border Patrol.
That's correct.
And then at 7:21 on January 13th, did Mr. Kelly say, pick of drug runner, carpet tracks, 33 dealt with this week, AK hot, exclamation point.
That's correct.
And then on January 13th, 2023 at 7:35 p.m., did Mr. Kelly text Matt Kelly?
Yes.
And did Mr. Kelly say in this text message, 33 drug runners this week, pic attached is of drug runners carpet booties, AK-47 hot, want to be back up?
Yes.
And how did Mr. Matt Kelly respond?
He responded by saying nope. There was a hand emoji attached to that, which was a thumbs down hand. And then he added to that, be careful.
And then did Mr. Kelly respond with, careful is not an option. It is either fight or run, and I'm too old to run. Mom is L&L also.
That's correct.
And again, L&L in this context,
Is locked and loaded.
locked and loaded. And then the final text message on November 23rd of 2022, is that between Mr. Kelly and Gary Miller?
That's correct.
And does Mr. Miller ask, what are you doing for Thanksgiving?
Yes.
And then Mr. Kelly responded, patrolling the border for you northerners.
That's correct.
Did Mr. Miller then respond, shoot straight?
Yes.
And Mr. Kelly responded, or shoot many rounds?
That's correct.
Y'all, these ranchers are so fed up with all of the illegals crossing and the coyotes and the mules and the drugs and the trash and the damaging of fences and property and sheds and barns and all the crap that gets left on their property. I mean,
Your Honor, can we please have that bag removed in front of the witness like we can't see him? Thank you very much.
they
Why don't you put it on?
what people don't understand, a lot of people who aren't in Texas, Arizona, or New Mexico, close to the border, or even California, is the destruction of property. I'm sure the people who are paying the coyotes to come across don't really mean to cause destruction, but I mean, they leave so much trash. When they run out of water, they just drop the bottle. They leave clothing. They leave used, and this is Miss Kelly's testimony, condoms. They find fecal matter everywhere. People use the restroom like in a grocery bag, and then or they'll tie it up and it sits there and stinks and ferments, or just out in the open. They just from people I personally know who own property that illegals have come on, they will break into storage sheds and buildings if they're super hungry and try to look for food. They damage. It's sometimes crops. They'll steal the food. It's a sad situation. I get it. But at the same time, even though you have a ranch, most of these ranchers like this guy, I don't know what his finances are, but some of the people I know live on a very fixed income. They worked all their lives for these ranches and they just want to enjoy them. And it costs a ton of money to do these repairs. I spoke to someone recently who has a ranch halfway between where I live and the Mexico border. So I would say it's about 300 miles from the Mexico border. And he said that monthly they have to repair fences. And, he's we had this conversation and he's starting to entertain the thought of leaving a gap in the fences just enough for a human to get through, but not his cattle. But then he said, well, if I got a small calf, they might get stuck in it. So there's just a lot of things that go on. Another person said that they've had a barn burned down because they started a fire. It was winter. It was cold. They went in for shelter, started a fire. Hay caught on fire. The barn burnt down. The property had burned grass and whatnot. It's a big deal. And I know sometimes when we get really frustrated with a situation, we may talk smack, as my kids would say, about the situation, meaning you're not really going to do it, but you kind of just blow steam. And I kind of see where these ranchers were doing that. And they never thought that this stuff would get public. This was private, blowing steam. So please understand that you can't take what they say in these texts without the context of the text as verbatim, meaning he really was going to go do a turkey shoot with these people. I don't believe he really wanted to harm people. I believe he's just stressed out and fed up with the damage, his constantly having to go for his cattle, keeping his cattle and the neighboring cattle separate. At his age, I'm sure he was exhausted. So we'll continue. That's just my humble 2 cents worth.
On the floor, because now I don't think the jurors can see you. Or maybe, let's just return it to the clerk, perhaps.
They don't need to see a brown paper bag. They've already
with the
seen
court's
what's
permission.
in it. My gosh, woman. Sure. By the way, this woman who's speaking, who's part of the district attorney's team, man, she is bossy when it comes to evidence. To the point she was bossing the defense attorney. I was like, dude, you deal with it at the end of court date. Don't boss them around in the middle of the trial. It's on the
June
table.
14th of 2023, did you attempt something called a geofence warrant?
Yes.
And could you just tell us very briefly what a geofence warrant is?
Yes, to my investigation, a geofence warrant is a virtual perimeter on real land and attempt to locating mobile devices.
And what was the purpose of doing a geofence warrant?
We were aware that there were multiple migrants in the group and we were trying to identify anybody else that could have been a witness to the incident.
Were you also doing the geofence warrant to attempt to locate if there were any other potential suspects?
That's correct.
And what area did you do the geofence warrant?
So the perimeter that was searched within the geofence, we used Gabriel's, where his body was located, as the middle point of the radius, and then I did a 150-meter radius surrounding that, which embarked up to Mr. Kelly's residence, and then south near the border.
And when you initially attempted that geofence warrant on June 14th of 2023, what was the result?
The first warrant was denied by the courts.
Did you do a second request for a geofence warrant to the same judge?
That's correct.
And was that warrant granted?
Yes.
And who was served with the geofence warrant?
Google.
Did you, at some point subsequent to the granting of the geofence warrant, get a response from Google?
Yes.
And what did they ask you to do?
To My pronunciation is going to be wrong, I apologize, but it's to anatomize the language on the warrant. Which
Do you
is
mean
then-
anonymize?
Correct,
So to make the cell phone owners anonymous on the warrant?
correct.
Okay. And so, tell me about that.
So essentially, at that point, the warrant was rejected by Google. I did the return on that warrant. I received additional help from the FBI. They provided me with the proper language on how to serve the warrant to Google. I did a third search warrant, and that was also served to Google.
So you amended it to include the language to anonymize, is that right?
Yep.
And then was that warrant served on Google?
Yes.
And what was the result of that warrant?
The warrant was successful, and no cell phones or items were located within the geofence perimeter that I requested.
And without telling us what Agent Douglas told you about that, did you learn what the possibilities for that why that could have returned that way?
Yes.
And we've already heard from Agent Douglas about that, so we're not going to ask.
Okay. Part of the problem here is this guy testified that there was a group that the witness that he's interviewed, two, now one of which disappeared. Couldn't find him again. The second one came and testified in the trial. Both of them informed this SO. I think he's an SO. Is he an SO? Let me go back and look. It didn't say in the thing. Anyway, Border Patrol or SO, I think he's SO, was informed by the people in Mexico that he interviewed that were potentially witnesses in this potential crime, that there was a group of them, not one, not two, but a group. So therefore, they tried to use the towers to see what other phones were pinging at the same time in that circle that he talked about, and to see if they could find the numbers and find the people. Now, that said, not everybody would have their phone on or be carrying the phones. To me, that doesn't hold a whole lot of weight.
Ask you about it.
Okay.
I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 28. Could you tell us what that document is?
This is the amended return for the search warrant, which with the response from Google.
And is that the response we just discussed a minute ago?
That's
Correct.
not even in the list.
I want to turn now to some work you did with respect to the victim's clothing in this case. Were you tasked with swabbing the victim's jacket in this case for testing by RJ Lee Group?
Correct.
Had you ever done that before?
No.
Did you seek some assistance with that?
Yes.
And did you do that on June 28th of 2023?
That's correct.
Yeah, we had an issue with lunch. Okay,
Can
so
you tell the jury who assisted you on June 28th, 2023 with obtaining those samples?
Yes,
I'm going to go off
Arizona
camera. I'll still
Department
be
of Public
listening and
Safety,
speaking. I'm going to eat my
forensic
lunch.
scientist Aaron Brudenau assisted me
Where did you do those samples?
at the laboratory of the Arizona Department of Public Safety in Tucson, Arizona.
So did you go to you went up to the lab?
Correct.
And were the samples already there at the lab, or did you bring them with you?
They were already at the lab.
And did you use a test kit provided by RJ Lee Group?
Yes.
Where did you get the test group kit from RJ Lee Group?
Scientist Brudenau provided it to me.
Showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 130. Can you take a look at that, please?
Can I open this up?
Yes, please. Do you recognize it from the exterior before you open it?
Yes.
And how do you recognize it?
This is the box that was sent back to me from RGD Group. The packaging.
Okay. Do you recognize the items inside?
Yes.
And could you tell the jury how you prepared the samples and what your procedure was and who was watching while you did that?
So I arrived at the DPS laboratory. Forensic scientist Brudenau was waiting for me. The items that was going to be tested were submitted to DPS evidence. So since I don't have a login information with the agency, he assisted in logging the items out. Once the items were logged out, then we proceeded to take out the jacket that Gabriel was wearing, the shirt that he was wearing underneath the jacket, and his pants. And those were the 3 items that were tested. After I had identified the items that we were going to be testing, I got this kit that was sent to us from RG Lee Group. I opened the kit open. It had 6 vials inside the kit. However, one of the vials was broken during transport, so I had to dispose of that vial. After I disposed of that vial, I then opened up on my first good vial and left that open for the air to collect. And I did that for that to collect anything that's in the air that could contaminate what I was going to be testing. So that was labeled as vial CB, the collection blank.
Let me stop you there for a second. So that did not have any swabs on it. You just opened it so that the air could collect in there?
Correct.
And did Aaron Brudenau explain to you why you were doing that?
Yes.
And what was the reason for that?
So if there was anything in the air that could contaminate the items I was going to be testing, that vial could collect it, and we can identify or notice.
It's called a
that
control
everything else that
sample.
was going to be collected was going to be contaminated as well.
Okay, and what did you do after you opened the collection blank?
I left it open in the immediate area where I was collecting the other samples.
Okay, and then how many samples did you collect?
4 samples.
And tell us what those were that you collected.
So I collected two samples on the jacket because it was the biggest item. One vial was for the front portion of the jacket, and another vial was for the back portion of the jacket.
So
And
when you
then-
say the front and back portion, where did you collect them from?
So the front portion would be this, the front part of the body I collected, it was It was just random tapping all over. From the bottom to the top, all over the arms, underneath the armpit and the side areas.
Anywhere
both
there was
sides.
not blood is where
And the
he
same
would have
thing happened to
collected.
the rear.
And then what did you do? So that was 2 samples then?
For the jacket, that's correct.
Okay, and then what other samples did you collect?
And then the third sample was from the shirt that Gabriel, the victim, was wearing underneath. Since I only had a limited amount of vials available to me, I did the front and the back with 1 vial, and I did the same thing with the pants.
And you did that at forensic scientist Brunel's direction?
Correct.
Why didn't you do, sorry, I gotta
What
get the
did you
mic.
do
Why
when
didn't you do the
completed,
backpack and the fanny pack?
Your sample collection?
I put the vials back inside this kit, I sealed it, and I submitted it into our evidence department, who then shipped it off to our G Group.
Did you discover there was an error when you initially sealed and packaged that?
Yes, ma'am.
What was the error?
I had labeled this evidence item as 7MB. However, I had forgotten that 7MB was already being used for another piece of evidence. So I had to relabel it as 8MB.
And that other item that was 7MB, what was that item?
I believe that was an interview.
So would that have been a CD?
Correct.
So it's not like you could have mixed it up, is that fair to say?
Correct.
But you discovered it was in error, so you corrected it.
Correct.
At some point, did you receive the item back in evidence?
Yes.
Or item back from RJ Lee?
Correct.
And when did you receive it back?
I would have to refresh my recollection on the date.
She's just doing housekeeping at this point because they're getting ready to right. They're getting ready to pass and basically turn the case over to the defense. They're getting ready to rest, as they call it. So as soon as they do that, the defense has the case. And so I feel like today is just more housekeeping on their end, trying to tidy up things. Once again, I don't see anything that's going to make me do guilty. And then I pay for it. Look at the judge. He's like, oh, I'm ready for my lunch break. We're going to go on through because I just had mine.
On July 31st, I received the package back from our G Group.
And what did you do with the item when you received it back?
I submitted into evidence.
Logged it into evidence.
And Your Honor, I think we've already admitted this into evidence, but I'd move for admission of State's Exhibit 130, which is the test kit. I think there may have been a foundation stipulation.
I think it was admitted
It's
already.
been admitted,
Thank you.
that's according to the clerk.
Detective, on July 7th of 2023, did you participate with expert witness Rick Wyant in some testing?
Yes.
And what was your, how did you assist with that?
I assisted on logging out some evidence item numbers for his examination as an expert.
And did you sign out the AK-47, which has been admitted as Exhibit 101, item number 21JA?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you also sign out item number 5JA, which has been partially admitted as Exhibit 135?
Yes.
After the expert witness had completed his testing, did you photograph some of the items?
Yes.
Could you explain to the jury what items you photographed?
The expert used 3 poster boards to do his examination. At the completion of his examination, I took the poster boards under my custody for evidence, and I photographed the poster boards just for transparency, just to have 2 items of the same thing.
May I approach your?
And common practice in our agency to photograph.
I'm showing you what's been marked as State Exhibit 136. Do you recognize that item?
Yes.
And what is that item?
The photographs of the poster boards the expert used. And then the paper bag contains the spent casings that were used at the examination.
Okay, and those spent casings, how did those get marked into evidence?
Get marked as 12 MB.
And are those the spent casings that were used by the expert during the examination?
That's correct.
Your Honor, move for admission of State's Exhibit 136.
I think there's a report attached to that. I don't object to the photographs being admitted. I thought I saw a report attached to it.
I don't think so.
Okay. Otherwise, no objection to the
I don't
photographs.
think there's a report.
Just the photos?
It's just the photos. Once, yeah, you're welcome to look at it, but
No
all
objection.
right, 136 is admitted.
Now, subsequent to that testing with expert Rick Wyatt, did you assist with a search warrant, another search warrant at the Kelly residence?
Yes.
And what was the purpose of that search warrant?
The purpose was to use the metal detectors in the
Okay.
surrounding.
Okay, well, we can get back to that in a minute.
I want a metal.
But I was actually
detector, y'all.
talking about a later search warrant where you collected a tree.
Okay.
Did you participate in the collection of the tree sample?
Yes.
7 months after the incident. Y'all, 7 months later, they collect the tree sample instead of that night or the day after. Y'all.
And we've heard about that tree collection from another witness, but could you tell us, do you know how that tree collection came about?
Yes, Sergeant Bunting identified a tree stub that could have been hit by a projectile. And we collected that as evidence to test for gunshot residue.
And did you do that on August 2nd of 2023?
Yes,
And what was your participation in the collection of the tree sample?
I cut the piece of tree.
When did you do this? In August. When the event happened in January 30th.
And I just want to verify that we've already admitted the tree. I think we did, but I just want to make sure.
Yeah, you did.
Exhibit 137 and 137.1, are those already admitted? Thank you. At some point, did you meet with the family of victim Gabriel Cuen Buitimea to talk to them about a caller named Miguel?
Yes.
Could you tell us about that?
Yes, during the interview we had with Daniel in Mexico, I took advantage of that time to ask them if they had a Miguel in their family, to which the daughters and the uncle that was present told me that there was no Miguel in their family.
Okay.
Did the state also interview an individual named Juan Miguel Armenta Morioki?
Yes,
And did you participate in that interview?
I was present.
What was that?
Was
interview
that-
about?
Juan Miguel also asked if he was the 911 caller in this case.
Yes,
And how did he respond?
that he was not.
And was this individual a relative at all of the Cuen Buitimea family?
No.
So let's go back to the search warrants where you assisted with the metal detecting. Can you talk to us a little bit about that? Which search warrants were you present for?
I was present for all the search warrants.
So there was a search warrant on January 31st of 2023 with metal detectors, is that correct?
Correct.
Do you remember what areas you used the metal detector on that date?
I was present, but I didn't participate in the metal detector.
So you were inside helping with the other search warrant?
Correct.
Okay, February 1st of 2023, did you participate in that search warrant with the metal detectors?
Correct.
And what,
And
was
what
your
did you
fault?
do on that occasion? Do you recall?
Yes, I was doing physical inspections of the, there's a gated area that's towards the side southeast of Mr. Kelly's residence.
Are you talking about the area we've been referring to as the paddock between the two fence lines?
Correct.
Okay, and what did you do in the paddock area?
I was doing physical inspections.
What do you
of
mean by physical inspection?
Looking for projectiles, for spent casings.
So just walking the paddock and looking with your naked eye?
Correct.
And did you go out on a third occasion with metal detectors to that location?
Yes.
And was that in March?
Yes.
Do you recall what areas you metal detected or looked at on that occasion?
I don't recall.
Was it other areas of the Kelly property?
Yes.
On all of the occasions you were on the Kelly property, did you ever find a backpack?
No.
Did you ever find a rifle that was not in the Kelly residence?
No.
You would not, because it would be removed by those that were with the persons that may have left it. Okay, their mule is going to leave a gun or a backpack full of illegal substances. I'm sorry.
Did you participate in the second search warrant in the collection of the AK-47?
I was present.
What else? Please. Down. Good girl. Yes, I'm talking to my service dog, my SD. I need to put this where it's not going to.
Detective, was the AK-47 and the magazine at some point separately packaged, if you're aware?
I don't recall.
Would you recognize the magazine from the AK-47 if you saw it?
I don't believe so.
Okay. Now, when you examined the jacket and you were doing the swabbing of the jacket, did you see the puncture holes in the jacket at any point?
Yes.
Did you see the one from the entry wound and the one from the exit wound?
Yes. Not on the jacket, on the shirt.
Okay. You don't recall seeing them on the jacket?
Yes, on both.
Okay, on both.
Yes.
And did you at any point ever examine the backpack?
No.
So that would have been a different detective?
Correct. And just to make sure I'm understanding you, is this when I was at DPS collecting for RG Lee Group?
At any point, did you ever examine the backpack?
No. I remember seeing the backpack, but I didn't examine it.
Thank you. Would that have been Detective Ainsa who made the decisions about what items of evidence were going to the lab?
I believe so.
Your Honor, I don't have any additional questions for this witness at this time.
All right, I think we'll take our afternoon recess. We're going to take our afternoon recess a little early, but that's all right. Just to give you some idea about what the schedule is going forward with the court, the state, the prosecution believes, I think I've told you this already, but it's still true, the prosecution believes that it will, what we call finish its case in chief this week, maybe tomorrow.
Which is today.
Remember, there's always a case in chief that the state has, and then the defense has the right to present a defense, and then if the defense presents a defense and the state has rebuttal, then they can come back and have a rebuttal case. Remember that a defendant never needs to produce any evidence. The state must prove guilt beyond a reasonable doubt based on the evidence, and the defendant is not required to produce evidence of any kind.
Nor is it
So,
required.
the state believes that they're going to finish their case in chief probably maybe tomorrow morning, or if not then, soon thereafter.
They were
Tomorrow,
arrested yesterday.
tomorrow's Thursday, we're going to have court in the morning, just the way we always do. Thursday afternoon, we are going to have a site visit, and we're going to go have a site visit at the Kelly Ranch with all the jurors. Now, I'm going to go into a lot more detail about that later. I'm just trying to tell you right now what the projected schedule of the case is. So we'll go all day today. We'll be in court tomorrow morning until the noon recess. After the noon recess, we're going to go out to the Kelly residence. That'll be about 1:30, and that should consume the rest of Thursday. And we finish that site visit, and again, we have a lot more discussions about that. When we finish that site visit, we'll come back here, and you'll just probably be recessed for the day because, it'll probably be too late to start any more testimony. And then we'll come back Friday, and if the state hasn't finished its case, then we'll hear additional evidence. There may be questions that arise from the jurors that arise as a result of that site visit to the Kelly residence. If there are questions about that, we're not going to do it at the Kelly residence. We're going to come back into court and resume in court Friday morning and see what we can do about answering those questions. So then we'll go on Friday. If the state rests, then again, the defense has a right to present a case. Remember, this defendant has no burden to produce evidence of any kind. The state must prove guilt beyond a reasonable doubt the state must prove guilt beyond a reasonable doubt based upon the evidence. And if the defendant decides not to produce any evidence, that's no evidence of guilt whatsoever. But then if the defense does wish to present evidence, then chances are we will begin that process on Friday. And of course, we'd recess for the weekend and come back and continue the trial on Tuesday. All that being said, everything appears to be going pretty much on schedule. That's just to give you some idea of the schedule for the rest of the week. All right? Very well. Remember the admonition of the court. Do not talk among yourselves. Do not do any independent research. Don't talk to anybody else. Stay away from all the news media, social media, and all of that, and don't blog or communicate with anyone else about your participation as jurors in this case, except you can tell them what the projected schedule is. We'll discuss all this in more detail, say either this afternoon or tomorrow morning concerning the site visit, so you'll know exactly what to expect and what the rules are. All right, with that having been said, we're going to recess for lunch hour. We'll resume at 1:30, and we're in recess. Thank you.
Mr. Smestad.
Will you please state your name and spell your last name?
Okay, guys, I know it sounds a little funny right now. I'm having to adjust my microphone. I just realized I had an issue. So what you're hearing is me adjusting the microphone. And it's not setting right. I apologize. Just give me 1 second, y'all. Oh, dang it. Ah. I'm sorry. I thought I could flip my mic, but I guess I cannot. So let me get the next trial up and running, and I'll fix it then. We're going to go here. I have to share screen. I appreciate y'all being patient. Okay, and here we go.
It's all right. I just wanted some idea. Yeah. All right. I can't hear you. What? Oh, yeah, I'm going to say light clothing, footwear, sunscreen. Not for court employees or court employees. You're all very smart people. I'm sure you can figure that out. It's going to be warm, though, I think. Here we go. Please be seated. The record will show the presence of all the jurors, counsel, and defendant. The witness is retaking the witness stand. Yes, sir. And you can begin your cross-examination.
I have it. Thank you, Judge. You mentioned that you had just started as a detective when you got this call. Is that right?
Yes.
I think you said you had not yet gone to detective school. Is that correct?
That's correct.
What is detective school?
Detective school for me was a 40-hour course that was hosted by outside agency. It was in Las Vegas.
And so since this case or since this call came in, you have since gone to detective school, correct?
Correct.
But when this call first came in, you hadn't gone, right?
That's correct.
You also stated that you participated in every search warrant that was done on this case. Is that correct?
To my knowledge, yes.
Do you know how many searches were done of this property?
I would have to refresh my memory with the reports.
You had the nighttime search, right? That's the first one, right? And then you had another search the following day, correct?
Correct.
And well, it's actually the same day,
Right.
but it's in the daytime, right? And then during that second search, that's when the weapon was located, right?
Yes.
And during the second search was also when there was metal detection happening. Is that correct?
Correct.
And there was another time when you went to the property to collect a tree branch. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And so there's at least 3 different searches of the property that you participated in, right?
Yes,
The tree branch search, when was that? Do you recall?
I don't.
Was it in August of 2023?
Sure.
Does that sound about right?
Yes.
Okay. Any reason why nobody collected this tree during one of the first searches of the property?
I don't know.
And you were aware that Detective Bunting had located this tree on that first daytime search of the property, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
But at that time, nobody thought to collect it or analyze it, right?
Well, I can only speak on myself, and at that time, based on the training and the experience I had as a detective, I did not think of doing that.
And nobody else did either, correct?
I don't know.
Well, the tree was still there in August of 2023, right?
That's correct.
And so at that time, somebody had the idea to go collect this tree, right?
Right.
Okay. When you were out there on the second search, so the first time you're there in the daytime, did you stand out where the body was located?
Yes, ma'am.
And did somebody photograph you standing there?
Yes, ma'am.
And Judge, it's already been admitted. I just want to show the witness and the jury the photograph I have up here. You'll see it eventually. Okay. Is that the photograph that somebody took of you?
Yes, ma'am.
And you say in this photograph you were standing where the body was located, correct?
Correct.
And you were aware that the body was located immediately behind a tree, is that right?
That's correct.
And yet in this photograph, I see you, but I don't see the tree.
Right, because the area where the body was located was still considered a crime scene. I did not want to contaminate the area, so I stood near it, but not on top of the immediate area.
Okay, so you're not actually standing in the location where the body was located, correct? You're standing maybe a foot or 2 off to the side,
That's
right?
correct. Yep.
And so that explains why there's no tree concealing you in this photograph, right?
Correct.
And I can barely see you here. You're just that little dot right there. But if you were to move over to what would be our right when we're looking at the photograph, would that put you where the body actually was located?
Based on this picture, I don't remember if it was to the right or to the left of me.
Okay. You were wearing a black shirt here, correct?
Correct.
What color pants were you wearing?
Tan.
And I can see in this photograph, you can pretty clearly see your black shirt, right?
Yes.
But the tan pants kind of blend in with the grass that's there on the ground, right?
Well, I can see my full body right there standing.
But the pants are obviously a similar color to the grass that you're standing in, right?
They're similar.
And you recall that the victim in this case was wearing tan pants, right?
Correct.
And he was wearing a camouflage shirt, correct? And he had like a gray sort of jacket over that camouflage shirt, correct?
Correct.
And he was wearing a camouflage backpack over the top of that gray jacket, right?
Yes.
And so you would agree that this picture doesn't, and it's not meant to, obviously, but it doesn't recreate what the victim might have looked like from this position, correct?
It doesn't recreate it.
And in order to recreate it, you would have to put on camouflage shirt, camouflage backpack, correct?
Correct.
And then you'd have to stand off to the side where the victim actually was, right?
Right.
And that would probably make you much harder to see, correct?
I don't know.
Camouflage is designed to make you harder to see, right?
Sure.
That's the purpose of camouflage, right?
Well, I don't know what the purpose of camouflage is. I know it's a clothing item of color, but as far as its purpose, I wouldn't be able to answer that.
Well, it's generally used to camouflage things, obviously, right?
Well, was that a statement?
It's a question.
I don't know how to answer that question.
All right. This photograph is taken from the patio, correct?
Yes.
And more or less, very general, but more or less kind of the area where these shell casings are located, correct?
That's correct.
And this photograph shows all of the obstacles that are in between the person who's taking the photographs and further out to that area where you're standing, right?
Well, I wouldn't describe it as an obstacle. I would describe it as a scenery.
So when I say obstacles, for example, I mean trees, right?
sure.
There's a lot of trees out there.
Okay.
There's that smoker kind of in the middle of the picture, right?
Yes.
That big metal thing.
Yes.
And then there's the Ramada right there, right?
Right.
And that's got a concrete table in it, correct?
That's correct.
And that prickly pear right there, right?
Yes.
And also those things next to the smoker, correct?
Right.
So it's a pretty difficult and pretty long way to be looking out there from there, right?
Correct.
You were also inside the house at some point, or at a couple of different points, is that right?
That's correct.
And you were inside the house on one of these searches in the daytime, correct?
That's correct.
And would it be at the same time approximately that this photograph was taken? Or on that same search, I should say?
Yes.
Okay, and so the sun is out, right? So there's plenty of light and you can see, correct?
Yes.
From inside the house, did you ever look out the windows inside of the house to this same location where you're standing?
I did not.
Do you know if anybody did that?
I don't know, not to my knowledge.
Do you know if from inside the house you can even see that area where you're standing?
I personally didn't do it.
You didn't look to test it out?
I didn't.
And you don't know if anybody else did that either?
I don't know.
And to get a good idea of the line of visibility, it would be a good idea to have someone standing where you're standing in this photograph, right? And to have somebody else go inside the house and look out the windows, correct?
Can you rephrase
Sure.
that question?
If you were standing right where you're standing in this photograph, and somebody else went inside the house and maybe looked out the windows, they could tell whether or not they could see you, correct?
Sure.
And that would be useful information to have in this case, right?
Yes.
Thank you. We can take that down, Valeria. Thank you. You had an interview with Mr. Kelly, is that right?
I assisted in the interview, yes.
You were present during an interview with Mr. Kelly, right?
Yes.
And Detective Ainsa was there as well, correct?
Correct.
And this is on the evening of January 30th, is that right?
Yes.
So this is shortly after this report has come in, correct?
Correct.
And you hadn't gone out to the scene prior to doing this interview, had you?
No.
So you don't go out until later, right?
That's correct.
And is the same true for Detective Ainsa, if you know?
I believe so.
Okay. And your job during this interview was to just collect some information from Mr. Kelly, correct?
Correct.
And you did that, right? You and Detective Ainsa did this interview, correct?
Correct.
At some point after that interview, did you contact the medical examiner?
I would have to refresh my memory on the report.
You stated earlier in your testimony that you attended an autopsy, is that right?
That's correct.
And that autopsy took place after you had done the interview with Mr. Kelly, is that correct?
That's correct.
And before that autopsy took place, or during, or at any time in this case, did you have any communication with the medical examiner?
Again, I would have to refer my recollection to the report.
And I'm going to show you, and it's already been admitted as well. So if Valeria, you could just pop this up on the screen. I'm just going to show you a page from the medical examiner's report. This is Defense Exhibit AAA, I believe. And if you could look, do you see that upper portion that says investigator narrative?
Yes, ma'am.
And I know the letters are really small, but can you go ahead and read that and let me know if that refreshes your recollection?
Yes,
So does that refresh your recollection about some communication that you had with the medical examiner?
correct.
And just so we're on the same page, it says here, and this is the medical examiner's report, correct?
Yes.
So you didn't write this, right?
No.
But she wrote this down. And what she wrote was the homeowner indicated that the group was running parallel to the property and had long rifles on their possession. He then allegedly pursued the group and engaged them, firing one shot from his AK-47 rifle. Do you see that sentence there?
Yes, ma'am.
And she also says that at the very bottom, sort of the last sentence was information was obtained via telephonic interview with Deputy Barba, right?
That's correct.
So that's you, obviously,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
So you told the medical examiner that the homeowner pursued a group and engaged them. Is that right?
Again, I don't remember my conversation with the OME that night. I would have to refer to my personal report, not the investigator's report. However, if this is what she's documenting, then I would consider it to be correct.
Well, that is what she's documenting.
Is that a question?
Sorry, we had a sidebar there for just a moment. Apologies. So this is what she's documenting, and she also documents that after he pursued the group and engaged them, he fired one shot from his AK-47 rifle. Do you see where that's documented?
Yes,
And she's getting that from you, right?
right.
So you must have said something along those lines to her, correct?
I believe so.
And that would be after you had done this interview with Mr. Kelly, correct?
I don't remember if it was before or after.
You don't remember if you interviewed Mr. Kelly first or if you contacted the medical examiner first?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. If you had interviewed Mr. Kelly first, then you would have the information that Mr. Kelly gave you in the interview, right?
Yes,
And then you could pass that information on to the medical examiner, right?
correct.
Otherwise, where would you get your information? So if you had not interviewed Mr. Kelly prior to contacting the medical examiner, where would this information come from?
I believe this information was relayed to me by the officers who were on scene.
So you might have heard this from officers on scene, or you might have heard this from Mr. Kelly. You're not sure?
Correct.
And you agree that after you interviewed Mr. Kelly anyway, it's clear that this information is not correct. Is that right?
Well, not in totality.
Not in totality? Tell me what that means.
Well, some of this information is the information that was relayed to us that Mr. Kelly was reporting whenever he contacted Border Patrol.
So tell me which part's not correct. How about the part where he pursued the group? That's not correct, is it?
Well, there's footage of Mr. Kelly down his ranch after he was reported. So,
You're saying there's footage of Mr. Kelly pursuing a group?
well, I wouldn't say pursuing, but he's seen down the ranch after he reported that the migrants were on his property.
And he's seen walking, correct?
I haven't seen the footage myself. Again, this is all information that was relayed to me.
Okay, so you haven't seen this, but it's fair to say that it's not correct based on the interview that you did with Mr. Kelly or that you assisted in. It would not be correct to say that he pursued the group.
Objection, Your Honor, calls for hearsay.
He was present during the interview. He knows what Mr. Kelly said during the interview, and
Your Honor, this is the subject of a prior motion unless the state offers it.
it's not going for the truth of the matter asserted. It's going to show that detectives are passing on incorrect information to other individuals.
Overruled.
So the narrative that's documented right here was the information that was provided to me.
So this didn't come from interviewing Mr. Kelly?
I believe it was a combination of everything, but again, I would have to refer to my reports to clarify.
And we'll talk about the interview in just a minute, so you can refer to that if that would help. But it's fair to say that Mr. Kelly never stated that he was pursuing anybody when he was being interviewed by you folks. Is that correct?
Correct.
And certainly there was no statement made about him firing one shot from his AK-47 rifle, correct?
Again, I would have to refer to the.
Same objection, Your Honor.
And it's not being offered for the truth of the matter asserted. It's being offered to show that detectives obtain one piece of information in an interview and then they pass on an incorrect piece of information.
I'm going to sustain the objection.
All right. You also stated that you did some, and Valeria, we can take that down. Thanks. You also stated that you did some gunshot residue testing. Is that correct?
Correct.
And that was from the jacket and the shirt. Is that right?
And just to clarify, I didn't do the testing. I just
You collected
the
it.
swab.
Okay. You collected this, and I think you had, was it Aaron Brudnell who was assisting you with that collection?
Yes, ma'am.
Or he was showing you how to do that collection, right?
Correct.
Because you hadn't done one of those before?
That's correct.
And that involved, that was late of June 2023. Is that correct?
Yes.
So you're taking swabs at that time of the clothing, correct?
Correct.
Do you have any idea why you were doing that in late June of 2023?
I don't.
You don't know why it took so long to accomplish that testing?
Well, DPS originally had denied testing for gunshot residue. So then the county attorney was tasked to locate a outside agency that would do the testing for us.
And so just finding somebody to do it might have accounted for the delay?
I believe so.
When you tested this clothing, just explain to me how the clothing that you tested was packaged.
It was packaged in brown paper bags.
And the shirt and the jacket were packaged that way?
Individually, yes.
Okay. What about the backpack?
What about the backpack?
Was the backpack was not tested in this way, is that correct?
No, ma'am.
Do you have any idea why the backpack was not tested for anything like gunshot residue?
Yes, so I only had a limited amount of vials. The kit came with 6 vials. One of the vials was broken during transport. Left me with 5 vials. I used one of those 5 vials as the collection blank, just to make sure that there was nothing in the air that could contaminate what I was about to be testing, leaving me with 4 vials. With those 4 vials, then I got the clothing of Gabriel, the victim, because I believe those were the items that were more exposed if we were to collect GSR gunshot residue.
And you swabbed the jacket individually, correct?
Yes.
And is that on what's the swab look like? Just describe that for me.
So they're small vials, and they have a top that's I don't know the exact term for it, but I'll call it a stump for lack of a better term. It's a flat surface that's metal-like. And so uncover the top from the vial, the glass vial, and then I proceed to just tap the area.
And you did that with each piece of clothing, correct?
With the jacket, with the shirt, and with the pants, yes.
Okay. And then did you put them into separate vials, each of those samples?
Or they went back to the vial that I uncovered it.
So the sample from the shirt, the sample from the jacket, and the sample from the pants, they all went into the same vial?
Correct.
And then the reason you're saying you don't test a backpack is because you didn't have any more vials?
I didn't have enough vials, that's correct.
But I thought you said you had 4 vials.
Yes, so the jacket was the bigger piece of clothing, so I used 2 vials with that jacket, and that's what the victim was wearing, the most exterior portion of his clothing. So I did 1 vial for the front portion of it. I did another vial for the back portion of the jacket.
All right.
That leaves me with 2 more. I did 1 vial for the shirt, front and back, and then my last vial was for the pants, and I also did front and back.
You also reviewed the phone downloads that were done in this case, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And did that involve just looking through different phones? Obviously, you had Mr. Kelly's phone that you reviewed, right?
Yes,
And you also reviewed the phone of the decedent, correct?
that's correct.
So, and I'm just going to say Gabriel. It's easier that way. So you reviewed Gabriel's phone. Is that right?
Yes.
Did you locate pictures in that phone?
Yes, ma'am.
If I could show you. Yeah, see them? Yeah, sure. Here, Mark, so-
Your Honor, the state's going to object based on relevance. None of these are the dates of the incident.
And Judge, these are photographs to include pictures of the
Let's go on the headset. So the objection is overruled in part and sustained in part, and I made a record about that while we're on the headsets. You can proceed. Yes.
I'm going to show you what has been marked. Defense exhibit. Did you take a look at that?
Yes,
And is that a photograph from the Cellbrite that you examined in this case?
correct.
So that's from the victim's phone, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And that's a picture of Gabriel, correct?
Correct.
And he's standing up on that high place with his fanny pack, correct?
Correct.
And he's got binoculars with him, right?
Yes.
And a radio.
Right. Oh,
It's very small, I know.
yeah. I see the binoculars. I don't see the radio.
Okay. And then, could you tell us, based on what you see next to that picture, what the date is of that photograph?
January 21st, 2023.
Just an objection, foundation. I'm sure the witness can lay it, but if we could have the foundation for the record.
All right, sustained. If you can lay some more foundation.
As part of your review of the Cellbrite, did you extract data with each photograph that you looked at?
Yes, ma'am.
And how did you do that? What process was that?
Well, the extraction I didn't do. FBI agent assisted me with the extraction.
So did he generate that little report that you see on the side of the photograph?
Yes, ma'am.
And did he inform you that that contained the date and time that things were created?
Yes.
And if you look at that, could you tell us what the date is of this?
And Your
photograph?
Honor, I guess the objection is foundation. I don't think this witness has the foundation. I think that might have been Agent Douglas.
All right, I'll overrule that, and he can testify.
The date is January 21st, 2023.
And so that's how many days before the event?
9?
I'm not doing the arithmetic.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's close in time to the event, right?
It's about weeks.
And does it appear that he's wearing similar or the same clothing as when he was later discovered on January 30th?
Yes.
You're going to move to admit the exhibit. Oh,
Sorry.
What was that again? Was that triple
I.
I? Objections have been noted. Any other, if there's no other objection?
No other
All right,
objections.
Objections
Thank
are
you, Your Honor.
noted, and the objection's overruled, and exhibit triple I is admitted.
Permission.
Granted.
We got this one. It's okay. Go ahead.
And Your Honor, could we blank the screen for a minute and have a side conversation?
Okay.
I'm sorry, y'all. It has been interesting trying to do this. I thought I could invert my microphone. And guess what? I cannot. And because of that, I screwed up. And now my microphone won't stay. Well, it's okay. Yeah, it's fine for now. I'll have to readjust it later. But I was hoping to invert the arm, but the arm didn't move the way I needed it to. I'm going to have to just order me a whole new stand. Okay, I think we're coming back.
Can I go ahead and blow this up? It was such small, I came up here to do that, and I'll be careful with.
Sure.
I'm sorry, I kind of missed some of that. I had someone come visit me and I wanted to help them out. So I need to help somebody out.
I'll just move on while they're doing that. Did you, when you reviewed that photograph, first of all, did you notice anything about that picture that stood out to you?
No.
You didn't notice that he was wearing the same clothes as the date that he was discovered?
Well, I don't know if it's the same exact clothes.
They're very similar, right?
They're similar, yes.
And the fanny pack he's obviously carrying in front of him, right?
Correct.
And did you see photographs of the body when it was located in this case?
Yes.
And did you notice that the fanny pack was off to the side?
I don't recall the location, but I do recall he had a backpack.
He had a backpack and a fanny pack, correct?
Right.
And do you recall when the body was discovered that this fanny pack was off to the side?
It's similar, yes.
He doesn't want to admit.
Meaning it wasn't underneath his
Does not
body.
want
Is that
to
correct?
admit.
Again, I didn't
fanny
go to
pack.
the location of the body whenever it was removed, so I couldn't testify on the location of where.
So-
Just to be clear, you're now having a screen and it's being published to the jury, right? Is
Yes.
that right? It's on your screens? All right, good. I'm sorry, go ahead.
And just to be clear on the date, this is January 21st, 2023 of this photograph, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
See?
And then the date that the body is discovered is January 30th of 2023, correct?
So the photo was taken 9 days prior. So it looks like he's been going back and forth.
Give me just one moment, Judge.
I will give my full synopsis and what I
Did
believe
you
happened
review,
in
so
the-
was there anything else that you saw in this phone that you thought was relevant to this case?
At the completion of my review, I believe that I printed out the same picture that you presented as far as others as well.
Okay, and so you made a determination that this photograph was important, is that right?
Right.
Why did you believe this photograph was important?
The same reason that you just mentioned, he was wearing similar clothing.
Similar clothes on a different date, right?
Correct.
Did you go through text messages that were on this phone as well?
Yes.
Did anything stick out to you there?
No text messages.
No text messages?
Not to my knowledge.
If I show you your report, would that help refresh your recollection on whether you saw any messages?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and Valeria, could you put that just on the witness's screen? And if you need me to scroll backwards, let me know. I just scrolled to the page that's relevant. But just take a look at this when it pops up and let me know if that helps refresh your recollection about that.
Yes.
So did you notice any text messages?
No, I just documented them as far as because they were the day of the incident. But it's important to note that the time is in universal code, which is 7 hours ahead of local time.
And Your Honor, my only objection here is that these are in Spanish. Our Spanish-speaking witnesses, or Spanish, obviously the jurors cannot rely on their own translation abilities on this. So I'm not sure what counsel's doing with this.
I'm just
That's
asking
a very
about text
good point.
messages that the victim received on the day of the incident.
All right, we'll take it question by question. And
Sure.
There's just a
you can
couple of them.
intersperse objections if you have any question by question.
And so there are some missed calls on here, correct?
Yes.
And then if you look down, I guess third from the bottom, is that a text message that you noticed?
Third from the bottom, the one that said read or sent.
The one that says sent.
Yes, that's the text message.
Okay. And what does that say?
It says, no me ha llegado.
Your Honor. And that's the issue, is the translation. If counsel wanted
Well-
these, we need a translation.
And I can ask him what it means, or we could ask the translator to translate it.
Well,
That would be ideal.
yeah, we can ask the translator to translate it. All right, let's do that. It's a very short, it's just a couple of words. So can you repeat the text in the Spanish again?
No
And
me
Your Honor,
ha
perhaps we
llegado.
could show it to the translator.
You need to see it? Okay. All right. Is it on that screen there?
You wanna come
It's
over?
right there, though. On the, it's right on the Elmo in front of her.
Oh, yeah, that's right. It's on the, just give her the exhibit.
On the Elmo, isn't it? Oh, sorry.
Oh,
I
all
thought
right.
it was a computer one. My part.
Well, just spell it. Let's just spell it out.
It's spelled Nome space AYEGADO.
That one says, I have not received it.
Thank you.
And then there's just one more right above that. Is that right?
Yes,
And what does that one say?
I'll spell it out again.
If you read it, and then I'll add it to you. Thank you.
Ahí te van a marcar, carnal. Yes.
And Your Honor, could we lay some foundation for these text messages as well? If we're going to put in the content, we need the time and who the parties are. So I guess objection foundation.
All right, well, lay some foundation as to the time of
Okay.
the messages, date and
So
time.
going back to that first
If you
one,
can.
this no me ha llegado. There's a date right there of January 30th, 2023. Is that right?
Yes.
And that says 4:35 a.m.
Not local time.
So we subtract 7 hours from that.
Correct.
Dare I ask you to subtract 7 hours from that?
Please don't.
That's going to put you in the previous day, right?
Correct.
And that's when it says sent, does that signify that that was something that the owner of this phone sent to somebody?
Correct.
And just so I'm clear, these are text messages that this witness
He reviewed-
copied or downloaded
Yes.
from the victim's phone. that he did.
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
And so that no me ha llegado is a message that was sent from this phone to somebody else, correct?
Correct.
And then the other message I'm asking you about, the date is also January 30th of 2023, correct?
Correct.
And that says, does that say 9:55 a.m.?
Yes.
And so then we would
Your
subtract
Honor,
7.
I'm sorry, I don't think that's what it says.
What does it say?
7:19:55, so it'd be just.
7:19 a.m., correct? And so then we would subtract 7 hours from that, right?
Yes.
And what that message is marked as read, right?
Correct.
So that's something that this person received, right?
Correct.
And what does that message say?
Do you want me to translate or?
Read it in Spanish and then the translator can translate it.
Ahí te van a marcar, carnal.
They're going to call you, buddy.
Thank you.
Okay. No other messages on this phone, is that right?
From the 30th or the day before or after, no.
Okay. So you didn't see any messages talking about going to do work in Phoenix, right?
No, ma'am.
And you didn't see any messages from family members, right?
Good
Yes.
point.
Text messages around the date of the 30th is what I'm asking about. There
Oh.
weren't any of those,
I don't
right?
believe so.
We just read the two that were there, right?
Correct.
So nobody's saying, where are you? Are you okay? Nothing like that, right?
Not that I saw.
Okay.
Burner phone, my humble opinion.
You mentioned also, just while we're on the topic of phones, you took Mrs. Kelly's phone. Is that correct?
It was confiscated, yes.
That was at the station, correct?
Correct.
And that was after she and her husband had been brought there to be interviewed, correct?
That's correct.
Why did you take her phone?
There were reports that Ms. Kelly and Mr. Kelly had contact by phone during the time that the incident was reported. And then there were additional reports that Mr. Kelly used Ms. Kelly's phone to contact Border Patrol. So since it was used in the commission of the incident that we're investigating, we deemed it as evidence, and that's the reason why it was confiscated.
And you seized the phone, right? She
Correct.
didn't tell you, yes, you can have it, correct?
Correct.
You just took it, right?
Well, we explained to her the reason why I didn't walk in and snatch out of her hand.
Did you
I walked in,
have
she had
a
a
warrant?
phone, and I said that, we were gonna have to take her phone for evidence, and it was explained the reason why. And essentially, that's what happened.
Okay. I want to talk about this interview that you had with the defendant, or I keep saying you, I know it was Detective Ainza who was doing most of the questioning, correct?
Yes.
And just describe for me Detective Ainza's demeanor in this interview.
Professional?
Say more about that. What do you mean?
Well, he was calm and collected. He was very polite with Mr. Kelly. Not once did he say a bad word to him or say anything negative to him. I guess I would just say professional.
Did he accuse Mr. Kelly in this interview?
I don't believe so.
Did he tell Mr. Kelly you shot him in this interview?
I would have to refer back to the interview.
And if I showed you a transcript of that interview, would that help refresh your recollection?
I'm going to object again. This is getting into the area we've already discussed in terms of the objection regarding the pretrial ruling.
Well,
Snippy, are we?
I'm not asking about the defendant's statements.
are we going to see this interview? Is that going to be, is someone going to offer it?
Nope.
The video of the interview?
Eventually, yes, Judge.
So what do you want to ask him?
I just want to ask him about Detective Ainza's demeanor in the interview and some of the statements that Detective Ainza makes to Mr. Kelly in the interview.
All right. And your concern is with the defendants. Ms. Hine, your concern is with possible hearsay by admission, questions by the defense directed towards what the defendant said?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Well, let's take it question by question. Ms. Larkin says she's not going to ask questions to that effect. She's just going to ask questions about what Detective Ainza's demeanor was. So you can go forward. The objection's overruled, but we'll take it question by question.
Thank you.
So in this interview, Detective Ainza confronts Mr. Kelly. Is that fair to say?
Well, he's speaking with them.
Say that again?
He's speaking with them.
When I say confront, I mean he makes statements. For example, you shot him. Do you recall Detective Ainza making that statement?
Again, I would have to refer my recollection to the.
So if we watch this interview, we might or might not see that. You don't remember if that was said?
I don't remember.
Do you recall Detective Ainza telling Mr. Kelly to help himself out?
I don't remember.
Do you recall Detective Ainza telling Mr. Kelly to tell the truth?
I don't remember.
You remember a lot
Do you
of things.
recall
but you don't
Detective
remember a lot
Ainza
more?
telling Mr. Kelly, if you keep lying, it's going to get worse for you?
I don't remember.
You don't remember that?
Wow.
If
a lot of
that
things
had been
remember.
said, would that be professional?
No.
Again, I would prefer not to speculate and answer a question on something that I don't remember.
Well, it was just a hypothetical. If
And hypothetical, it would be speculating.
hypothetical is, well, would you ask somebody that question in an interview? Would you state to them, if you keep lying, it's going to get worse for you?
I would say that telling the
Okay, guys, one thing that people don't understand is when you're interviewing someone, you can say a lot of stuff. You can say, hey, you know what? If you keep this up, it's not going to go well. Or, you can say a lot of things. Heck, you could even lie to someone and say, your wife over in the other room over there, she's already told us that you shot the guy. Hypothetically, she said that you actually put the gun up and shot the guy. So you want to tell us the truth? They can do that. They can say, hey, we already know. We've already been told your wife spilled the beans and be lying. So technically, yeah, they can do it under the law.
truth would
Sorry.
be better for them, yes.
I'm asking, would you tell them, if you keep lying, it's going to get worse for you?
Yes,
You would say that in an interview,
yes.
and you'd consider that to be okay.
Yep.
Do you recall Detective Ainza telling Mr. Kelly, we're going to do ballistics, and if that comes back as coming from your rifle, then you're going to be in big trouble?
I don't recall.
You don't recall that?
Part of my preparation for this was not to review other people's interviews, supplements, etc.
You were there, right?
I was, but I didn't document the interview.
And did you recall Detective Einsa telling Mr. Kelly that Mr. Kelly had already admitted to Border Patrol that he shot somebody?
I don't recall.
You don't recall that? And you don't recall then Detective Einsa telling Mr. Kelly, this is all recorded and we know that you made that statement. You don't recall that?
I don't recall.
Is it common practice in interviews to confront a suspect and say things like that?
Depending on the circumstances, it depends.
It's not uncommon to say, you better tell us the truth, right?
It's not uncommon.
Right.
And it's not uncommon to say, we know that you're lying, we have it all recorded or something like that, right?
That's correct.
And the purpose of doing that in an interview is to try to get a person to come forward and admit to doing something. Is that right?
Correct.
Well, not necessarily. It's going to be a case-by-case situation because sometimes you know the truth and the individual is just not telling you the truth.
So let me ask you this. If you know the truth, like let's say you have something that's on video that you saw, and you know what's true, but somebody is lying to you about what happened. You can confront them with that video. Is that right?
True.
Again, you can.
And then they might acknowledge what they did or not. But that's something that can be done in interviews, correct?
It can, but it's not always done because you don't want to contaminate the evidence that you have.
Sure.
with them.
And sometimes you might even lie to a person and tell them that you have evidence, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So you might say to a person, if you suspect that they're lying, we've got it all on video, you better just admit to it right now, right?
Correct.
And sometimes that's enough to get a person to admit to something that they've done, right?
Sometimes.
And obviously when somebody does that, that tells you that this person was lying to you before, but now they're coming clean and telling you the truth, right?
Correct.
What does it tell you when you confront somebody like that in an interview, but they push back?
Again, it's a case-to-case situation because sometimes it's deceiving. They're trying to hide the truth, and other times they are trying to tell the truth.
Well, and so, for example, let's say you're not sure if somebody's telling you the truth. One way to find out is to say, listen, we've got you on video. We can see you doing this. You better just admit to it right now, right? And then you can see how they respond, right?
Correct.
And so somebody who was lying to you might respond by coming clean and saying, okay, if you have it on video, you got me. This is what I did, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then somebody who's telling the truth might say something like, I hope you do have it on video because I didn't do that, or something like that, right?
Right.
So if Mr. Kelly was confronted in this interview, told, we're going to do ballistics, it's all recorded, but he continues to push back, that indicates he might be telling the truth, right?
No.
That does not indicate he might be telling the truth.
No, because people, in my experience, who are guilty and have a guilty conscience continue to fight back. Again, it's a case-to-case situation. It all depends.
So you're saying if somebody comes forward and admits to something when you confront them with evidence, that means that they were lying to you and they were guilty, right?
Say that one more time. I didn't understand your question.
If you confront somebody with evidence and
Okay.
they come forward and change their story and say, you're right, you got me, I did it, that means that they were guilty, right?
Well, it's an admission, so yes.
Right. And also, if they say, no, I didn't, show me the video, to you, that also could mean they're still guilty, right?
No, it doesn't mean anything. It doesn't mean that they're innocent. It doesn't mean that they're guilty. What I'm saying is that it depends.
And they could be
Just
innocent,
because,
right?
just because an individual is saying, I didn't do it, watch the footage, get all the proof that you need, that doesn't necessarily mean that they're innocent.
Or
is
get the
what I'm trying to say.
ballistics, is anything like that.
Correct.
Doesn't mean that they're innocent, but it's more likely, right?
Again, it depends on the incident and the evidence presented and the investigation, et cetera, et cetera.
At the end of this interview, that's when, was it Detective Einsa who made the decision to arrest Mr. Kelly?
I don't have that information.
What happened to Mr. Kelly after this interview?
He was arrested.
Who arrested him?
Again, I wasn't part of that, so I don't have that information.
You have no idea who arrested Mr. Kelly?
All I know is that Mr. Kelly was subsequently transported and booked into the adult detention facility.
By who? Do you know?
I believe it might have been Sergeant Garcia or Sergeant Pacheco. To be honest, I don't recall.
I want to talk a little bit about different witness statements. So you collected a statement, or you were present when Mr. Kelly provided a statement, right?
Right.
And you were present when Mrs. Kelly provided a statement, right?
Initially, I had to step out at the beginning of that.
Okay. And you also, did you ever review a statement made by a person named Miguel? Do you know anything about that?
No, ma'am.
So you don't know what Miguel stated, but were you aware that there was a person named Miguel who had come forward early on in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
And that's one of the reasons why you spoke with Gabriel's family members, correct?
Correct.
Because you were trying to determine who this person was, or if Gabriel had a relative named Miguel, correct?
That's correct.
And did you do that? Was it your understanding that you were doing that because this Miguel person claimed that he was related to Gabriel?
Yes, ma'am.
But then when you talked with the family, it turns out that claim was not true, correct? Okay. Did that ever cause you concern?
That he wasn't, that wasn't real, or I don't understand the question.
So you have somebody who comes forward who claims to be a witness, right? That's Miguel, correct?
Correct.
And he made a statement to law enforcement that was false, right?
Correct.
Does that concern you?
Not necessarily, because this case was highly publicized. So it was expected that we would have individuals that would want to take advantage of the case.
Say more about that. What do you mean?
Well, try to make false accusations, or that they were there when they weren't really there, to try to see if they could get maybe some sort of green card or immunity.
So you were concerned that people might be coming forward to make false statements about this case?
No, that's the reason why I wasn't concerned that Miguel ended up not being real.
Okay. But you just said that there was a thought that people might come forward to take advantage of the situation, right?
Well, after it was confirmed that Miguel was not real, there was a brainstorm process that occurred, and ultimately at the end of that brainstorm process, we came to that conclusion.
Tell me about that process. What happened?
Well, we spoke about it. I relayed the information that was provided to me back to criminal investigations, to CID, and we talked about it, and we determined that that was highly a possibility.
So who's we? Who did you have this conversation with?
I don't remember who was present, but at the office, it's Sergeant Flores, myself, Detective Ainsa.
And was this because Miguel came forward, correct? Is that why you had this conversation? What prompted this conversation?
Oh, yeah, because Miguel came forward.
And Miguel turns out to be making a false report, right?
Correct.
That's a crime, isn't it?
In the United States, yes.
So it's a crime to falsely report something to law enforcement, right?
In the United States.
And you said that you had some discussion with other detectives and things about this possibility, right?
Correct.
What did you decide to do to safeguard against possible false reports coming in?
I did not have that conversation.
Did anybody talk about, this is a high profile case? Did anybody bring that up as a concern?
Not to my knowledge.
Did anybody say, we better be careful when we're taking statements of people who claim to be witnesses in this case?
Well, I believe that in general is just common practice.
That's common practice?
Right. Whenever we're taking a statement, we always want to make sure we check for credibility.
How do you check for credibility when somebody comes forward with a statement?
Well, the statement that's being provided to us, if it's relevant, if they have the facts right, if anything that they're saying doesn't necessarily add up. I mean, it's a lot of things that come into play.
So just to break that down a little bit, do you compare witness statements to other statements that have been made in the case?
Yeah, that happens.
And do you compare witness statements to physical evidence that you have in the case?
Yes.
And you compare witness statements to maybe scientific or forensic evidence that you have in the case, right?
Yes.
And it's good practice to analyze every witness statement in any case. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And especially a homicide, right?
Correct.
It's very serious, right? When you spoke with, because you actually spoke with two people personally who were claiming to be witnesses, is that correct?
Correct.
And the first one that you spoke with, was that Ramon or was that Daniel?
The first one was Ramon.
Okay. Let me get to Ramon. All right. When you spoke with Ramon, what were the circumstances that you discovered this person was claiming to be a witness?
Ramon was apprehended by Border Patrol, the United States Border Patrol, the Sonoita station. He had made some comments to one of their agents that he was involved in the group that was shot at. And then they were aware of the incident. They then contacted the sheriff's office, who contacted Sergeant Flores. Sergeant Flores advised us that he was going to head out to Sonoita to interview the individual, and I went with him.
And you did the interview of this individual, is that correct?
Correct.
And if you need to refresh your recollection, let me know and I can show you a transcript of that interview, okay?
Okay.
I just want to ask you a few things. Let me pull that up so I have it.
Do we have an exhibit number, counsel?
Sure. How about that? Oh, there it is. This will be, I believe it is Exhibit W. Okay. And this will just be for the witness, Valeria. If we need it, we might not. Okay. So how long of a conversation did you have with Ramon?
I believe the interview was about 16 minutes.
And what, did you have any idea why he was there at the Border Patrol? Why Border Patrol had picked him up?
Because he was apprehended for crossing illegally into the United States.
Did you also say alien smuggling?
No.
You don't remember saying that he was picked up for alien smuggling?
No.
Okay.
He was part of a group.
Okay, do you recall if he was saying he was helping bring up the rear because he was helping the guide or something like that?
Well, that was the day of the incident. When I asked him to talk about the day of the incident, he told me that his job for
Your
that
Honor,
specific day.
And I'm going to object to the details of the interview without the whole interview coming in. And if we could go on the headset about that.
Council, it's 2:45 anyway, so let's take our afternoon break. I'll stay here with the lawyers. We'll deal with this issue. It's going to take a little bit longer. It's time for our afternoon break. We'll be in recess to about 3:20. That way we can deal with this and I can give the staff a break, okay? I'll excuse the jury. I'll stay here with council. All right, the jury is absent. Counsel and defendant are present. You can be seated, and we excuse the jury so we could continue with this discussion of this issue while the jury takes its break. I've got the citations. I don't need them. I'm familiar with the evidentiary issue. All right, and then defense counsel, have you had a chance to collaborate?
We need to chat with our client a little bit and just have some further discussions. My understanding is that if some of it comes in, all of it comes in.
Well,
I mean, I know you haven't ruled yet, but I'm
I haven't ruled,
picking
I
that
haven't
up.
ruled, and I haven't, I'm sorry, I haven't ruled and I haven't read it, so I'm kind of operating a little bit blind, but I think the basic point is if you're going to, the defense wants to offer statements that this witness, what was his name? Was this Ramon?
Mhm.
Okay, Ramon. That Ramon made to law enforcement supposedly as a witness in the case who was there. We're trying to show that Ramon made statements that are inconsistent with the other evidence and that are false, correct?
Correct.
All right, and that the law enforcement agents did not take that information and use it properly in evaluating the case. But but I understand from you and from the prosecutors, because you're familiar with what's in the interview, and I'm not, that in other places in this interview, Ramon makes statements that are incriminating of the defendant that are consistent with the state's theory of the case with respect to the remaining charges, right?
They could be.
And, from what I can know of what the evidence is, it's, if the defense is going to want to offer statements that Ramon made to the law enforcement that were false or inconsistent or outright lies, that are inconsistent with what they now know about the facts, it just seems in the interest of fairness that the statements that he made that are consistent with the facts of the case and the theory of the case as is being presented would have to come in. I mean, it's because that is part and parcel of the evaluation. I think he testified that's part of the evaluation that the law enforcement officers made in terms of trying to rely on his testimony.
No, and I understand the court's position, and I think we're just going to take the time.
Okay,
during
I just
the
want to
break
make sure I understood the positions, and because I'm really kind of in the, operating a little bit blind about what's in the statement. But is that, I just want to make sure I phrase the issue right so I'm ruling correctly.
Yes, that's the issue.
Okay,
Judge.
you just want some time to talk to your client.
Yes.
Fair enough. All right, then we'll be in recess until about 3:20. If you need more time, let us know.
Thank you, Judge.
A request for the court.
All right, but in terms of,
They goes
okay, please have a seat. The jury is absent. Counsel and defendant are present. Have you had, Ms. Larkin, sufficient time to consult with co-counsel and with the client?
Yes, Judge. I think an issue came up with the state that they wanted to address first.
Oh, okay.
Yes, Your Honor. The Miss Huerta, who was prior to, she's got to go to Tucson with her husband, who was involved in an officer shooting, as they go to couple therapy wellness program.
I can barely hear you. You talking?
I'm sorry.
Yeah. I'll turn my little speaker up. All right.
I'm sorry. Miss
That's all right.
Huerta, who was previously on the stand, she needs to testify today because she's going up to Tucson with her husband, who was involved in an officer shooting, and they go as a couple, and they've got to plan therapy up in Tucson tomorrow. So if we can recall her and finish her, gives them more time to consider if they need more time, but allows us to finish her so she can accompany her husband tomorrow.
Okay, let's see.
We're fine with that, Your Honor.
All right, and did we straighten out the, whatever the exhibit issue was? So are you good to go, Ms. Lothorpe? We recessed on that witness because there was some issue on
Yes,
discovery.
and we've had a chance to talk, and I think Brenna would like to just state the answer and have a request for the court.
All right, but in terms of Ms. Huerta,
Oh,
you're good to go.
I found the page, yes.
So you don't have any objection to that?
I
Okay.
don't.
All right, and so, well, hold on a second. Let's find out what the other thing is.
And Judge, we did consult over the break. We talked with our client and reviewed this transcript again. And we are going to go ahead and pursue this line of questioning. We would just ask that the court provide the appropriate limiting instruction because it does have to be offered for a non-hearsay purpose.
Okay. And limiting instruction being that mean when the state or when the statement is played in its entirety, that it's not offered for the truth of the matter asserted?
Correct.
Just to explain why the agents made the decision that they did?
Yes, something along those lines.
All right, so this is about a 1-hour recording?
I think, Your Honor, I'm not 100% sure. If you want me to check, I can check.
Well, I
for
mean,
you.
more or less.
I think it's about an hour but I haven't played it in a while, so that's just my recollection.
And it's in Spanish
Yes, Judge, but we have it synced with the English translation,
with a translated by the certified interpreter.
by the certified translator, and we have the paper translation with the certification attached that we can provide as well
Okay.
for the court.
All right, so we'll take, what's her name, Ms. Huerta? Ms.
That's correct.
Huerta? All right, so we can bring her in. We'll call in the jury, and we'll finish her testimony. We'll see how long that takes. Oh, she's right there. And then we'll recall Detective Barba. Sound good?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, we'll bring in the jury. Okay, lunch to get this done as soon as possible. So we're going to accommodate that. And you're still under oath, okay?
Yes.
All right, and we were doing cross-examination by Ms. Lothorpe. So we're going to finish the examination of this witness, and then we'll recall Detective Barba. Whenever you're ready, Ms. Lothorpe.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon again. I'm going to approach you with the defense JJJ, and it was my bad, but one page slipped off, and it's been located, and now let's let you look at it, okay? Have you had a chance to look at it?
Yes.
Did I fix the problem?
Yes.
That was good observation. Thank you for finding that. Okay, so I'm letting you hold on to the piece of evidence so you could refresh your memory with anything that I might direct you to, okay? So let's just go back. This is called a call detail report, and there's 3 different clumps of information or clumps of time that's being reflected in this one piece of evidence, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and so why don't you just, for the sake of letting everyone understand this, is what time periods or dates and what page numbers correlate with that? Could you go ahead and start just the way it's been stapled and go ahead and explain that?
The first call card is from January 31st, 2023. That is after the incident date.
But related to this crime, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and does it also go through February 1st?
Yes.
Okay, and how many pages are in these call sheets? Does 5 seem right?
On this call report for the 31st, yes, there's 5.
Okay. And then let's just go through with the rest of the answers. So the next set of call reports are what dates?
It's January 30th, 2023.
And what's the first time that this report starts on this particular section?
The timestamp is 1440 hours, military time.
Yes. Okay. And so that would be 2:40 or whatever time in minutes, right?
Yes.
Okay. And how many pages are in this grouping?
4.
Okay, and these page numbers are at the top on the right corner reflecting that, right?
Yes.
And then the third set, and what are we looking at there? What's the dates?
It's January 30th, 2023.
And the first time that it starts with?
It's 17:56 hours.
And what is that in regular time? 5:57?
Yes.
5:56 in seconds? Okay. And how many pages are in this report?
8.
Okay. Now, before we try to get this entered, what is this? What is a call detail report? And I called it call sheets. What is it?
It's a printout of the call screen on our CAD. It's what we open up whenever there's an incident or a call. It documents the time that it was opened up, the address, the caller information, and it timestamps all the radio logs that are entered by a dispatcher.
Okay, so if there's information that's relayed, would that information possibly be in that report? Like be on the lookout for a tall male wearing blue shirt, right? That would possibly be relayed in the call sheet?
Possibly.
Okay. Is it up to the call taker to send that information out to patrol?
Not necessarily.
Okay. How does patrol get it then?
It doesn't have to be the call taker. It could be another dispatcher handling the radio traffic.
Okay. Okay. So that's not necessarily always the person on the phone that takes the call, but the people that assist with the call. Would that be a fair way to wrap it up?
Yes.
Okay. And we talked about that a little bit earlier, right?
Yes.
Okay. And if it's related to this call, it gets documented into this report for this incident, correct?
Yes.
If you had 5 different calls going on at one time of things happening, do you all keep them separate? Do you try to keep them separate?
Different, as in different incidents or different calls regarding the same incident?
Well, I think I know the answer to the second half of that is if the call is to that same incident, it would be in this call sheet and we would find it in the report, correct?
Correct.
Yes.
Okay, but if they were different, if there was a burglary and a stolen purse at 2 different locations around town, that would have been under a different incident, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so y'all have a means of not, getting them mixed up, so to speak, correct?
Correct.
Sorry, we have a means of not getting them?
Well, if you are the call taker and someone else adds and dispatches something, they know how to get that information into ultimately your report of the person you're taking the call from.
Yes.
Okay, so there's a way to separate the calls. That's all I'm trying to say here.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, and this is computer generated, correct?
Yes.
So you can't alter it in any way, right? If you enter it in or if it comes in, or if someone's dispatched, or if it comes in, or if someone's dispatched, all this would be entered into this computer and then it can print out later what we would call a call detail report or a call sheet, correct?
Right.
Okay. And this is something like you coming in with the 911 tape. You also are familiar with this type of printout, aren't you?
The call sheet printout?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes. All right. And so at this time, I'd like to enter into evidence defense JJJ.
Your Honor, I have to object based on hearsay because I think without the calls that go with it, this is misleading. And so my objection is hearsay.
Yes.
I think this is
Without
also
the calls
setting
that
up
go with it?
a
Correct.
policy,
There are
procedure, and
phone
practice.
calls that were made to dispatch from Border Patrol, And there are details in the call report from those phone calls. And without those calls, the report itself is actually misleading.
The call sheet is never with those calls in it, Judge. That's what 911 tapes and video, audio things are for. This is the tracking of all the calls, the dispatching, and information they've received at accurate times generated by a computer. And she's a custodian of that.
Well, the record is what it is. Exhibit JJJ. I'm looking at Rule 803, exceptions to the rule against hearsay, subsection 6, records of a regularly conducted activity. I think it meets the qualifications for 8036.
Your Honor, the problem is that contained in it, in the comments, I know you're looking at the top part where the calls are with the times. It's just the comments below detail the phone calls. And the phone calls, and they're specifically subject to one of the other arguments we just made with respect to a witness. We've had some argument about a specific witness, and there are details in here about those calls.
They're no longer an argument.
Those are all hearsay.
But I mean,
It's part of their record.
is this a record?
It's a record,
Hold
Judge,
on,
but there-
is this a record that was generated just for purposes of our testimony, or is this a record that's used in the regular course of business of the Sheriff's Department and
That-
a regularly conducted activity?
regular course of the Sheriff's Department, Your Honor, but the comments section are the part that are concerning because we don't have the actual calls that go along with them, and they're misleading to the jury without the actual calls that go along with them. That's the concern the
But
state
but it's
has.
still a record that they rely upon. If it meets the qualification, the reason I'm looking at 8036 is if it meets the qualifications for exception of the hearsay rule, and those qualifications are that this is a record that's generated in the usual course of the Sheriff's Office practice, is used by them and relied upon by them, and
Yep.
it was a regular part of their activity to make this report,
Yep.
then if the particular document is incomplete or unreliable for some other reason, it doesn't change the fact that they're still using and relying upon it. Right.
Then, Your Honor, I guess it's a 403 argument that it's more prejudicial than probative without the actual calls that go with it. I mean, counsel is essentially trying to get around the court's ruling on another issue by putting this in this way.
And the comments that you're referring to are what, on the last page?
They all, each of the call reports, call detail reports have a section called comments, which is just a summary that the dispatcher writes in based on their phone calls, but the actual recordings are also available and have been disclosed.
The objection's overruled. Exhibit JJJ is admitted.
I figured it was going to be.
Want this back before the witness?
Front of the witness, please, Judge. Thank you. All right, and I know jurors heard a lot of that, and so I just want to solidify that for them to understand what they might have heard. They may understand it, but everything that happens through the call center, is that a proper word for your department? Do you use that word, call center? Okay. And for the court reporter, she likes yes or no's, not she can't interpret it.
Sorry.
Okay,
Yes.
yeah, we're helping her out. Thank you. And so everything has to be as accurate as possible, documented and generated through these computers that help mark the times and the things that you do on any one of the cases, correct?
Correct.
Yes.
And although there could be a 911 tape, if there was a caller through 911 or through a non-emergency number, whatever, that's a separate recording and thing that doesn't tie into this report, does it?
Can you explain your question?
If someone called in a non-emergency, it wouldn't be like stapled to this report, would it? You would just document the information and then it would be generated and kept permanent in this computer, correct?
Yes.
And I'm trying to simplify this as much as possible. I'm sure you could probably explain it better. But it's a very accurate system, and the integrity of it is also important to you, right?
Yes.
Right. I mean, you want to generate accurate, truthful information as you hear it, right?
Yes.
And that's how you're trained.
Yes.
All right. So let's come back to the first grouping which is 1 through 5. We'll come back to that since it's actually the day after. And let's focus.
Does anybody, excuse me, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but does anybody have an extra copy of this for the court?
Judge, I think you should take a look at it.
Well, that's why I'm asking for it.
Yeah. I think we may have it in evidence. If I could have a few minutes, it'll take me a minute to find it. But I have a copy that's with the clerk.
Oh, wow, I can hear
Well,
better now.
we can make it, what is it, 5 pages? If it's faster, we can just make it.
Actually, the whole thing has a few more pages than, that's just the first one. They're all stapled together.
There we go. Thank you. Okay. Is it this?
He may
whole thing?
reverse his decision.
Okay, you can go ahead.
Okay, so I don't know what order, if mine's been printed from the order that we received. It could be your order, Judge, but I'm going to jump over page 1 through 5 in the first grouping that shows down. If you skim down, it starts with January 31st. I'm going to come back to that.
I'm not sure which one you're on, counsel. I'm sorry, you have them all together. Can you explain to me which one you're on and what page?
Oh, just listen to the woman. She told you.
I'm going to start at the earliest hour that the incident happened, which was at the 2 o'clock hour.
Well, the pages of the thing that Ms. Hunley just gave me are bait stamped. Do you have the same thing?
Yes, I'm going to start at 55.
That's better. Okay.
Thank you.
She didn't want to make it easy
Go
for
ahead.
the
Okay, thank you.
prosecution.
Okay, so and what the judge has said is there's a blue stamp here in the very, very bottom in the center. So just so we're all on the same page, we're going to go to 55, okay?
Okay.
You see that?
Yes.
Okay. And in this, you stated earlier
Logs that they're talking about.
that your
Thank you for joining.
the initial
You're welcome.
call that
Comment, like,
made contact,
subscribe.
however you got it, what was the time on it?
The call cards is 1440 hours.
240.
Okay, and so that's 2:40, correct, in the afternoon?
Correct.
Okay. And does your report reflect how you got contact? I mean, was it a 911 call or something different?
It was not a 911 call.
Okay. And you could tell by looking at this, and what do you see that tells you it wasn't?
There's a part on the call card that says how received.
Okay.
It says T as in Tom, which on the CAD, it says telephone.
Okay. So you got a telephone call on this, and then we got a lot of units down there and names of people. Is that dispatched to or informed, or how does that work?
It lists the dispatcher to the left, and in the middle, it says unit. That's the deputy or
Okay.
any officer.
So it
responsible.
shows who.
So we got a bunch of numbers like 130, 144, 191, 195,
Those are a badge number.
that should be it, right? Then it becomes duplicative. Maybe 121. Is that correct?
Yes.
Some of the officers that somehow got dispatched or communicated to, correct?
Yes.
Now, do they have to acknowledge that they're taking this call and let you know that?
Yes.
And then that's how you can place them out on this call, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And so you got a busy station. I can imagine this job is pretty chaotic. Would you agree?
Yes.
Especially when you have a bunch of calls coming in and things going on.
Yes.
Okay. And so I also noticed down there on the right, you have like en route to a call, and you start making note of that. That's the description category, correct?
Correct.
At which time?
I'm just starting at the top, halfway down the page, and it says it says en route to a call called, and then it says equals 27 M's. Is that what, minutes? What is the M?
27M is the way the CAD categorizes a call.
Okay.
This is admitted into evidence, and unless and until the court changes its mind, which I haven't done yet. Do you want to display this to the jury, have them follow?
I can do that, Judge.
I mean, it's pretty detailed. I think it might hold their interest a little bit more and make it more
Okay.
meaningful to them. If you don't want to do it, then don't do it. But
Yeah.
Thank you, Your
I'll try to
Honor.
see if I can do it.
He's so helpful. I really do like him. A lot of judges are not this helpful or this kind, and I really appreciate the fact that he takes time out to explain to the jury what the procedures are, what some of
All
the
clear now?
terminologies, and why they do what they do. It really makes
you
it
can go.
helps the jury
Does that work for you?
understand what's happening
Ms. Lothorpe, you gonna be able to do it?
instead of just saying
All right. Let's
it's
go.
just for the fact of the matter
Okay.
and letting the jury
So-
to on their own
You can
devices
see
to
at the top
understand.
The nature of it. We can see the word homicide.
But she's not
on it,
mic'd.
Correct?
Sorry, guys.
Is that correct?
Yes,
Okay. Does that get assigned later as to the nature of the call?
yes,
So it's not determined in the beginning there was a homicide, right? Because you don't know.
correct.
Matter of fact, on the first call, you had no idea. There was never a body found on this first call at this time. Isn't that correct?
According to the call card, that's correct.
Well, remember, we got 3 sets of times. And in the order of my packet, I went to the second one, which starts at 2:47, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And so you can see the times running down here. I'm pointing to the board if you're not following me for the jurors. And so those are the different times some event or something happens on the call, correct?
Can you repeat the question?
Yes. These times here, as you go down, some event, something happens to trigger a new time and then a description to the event, correct?
Correct.
So if you dispatch someone or someone calls and says, send me on that call, it would be noted on this form, correct?
Correct.
Okay. But at the top where I was pointing to homicide, at the very top, where it says nature, and then it says homicide, that's something later you had to figure out, right? Somehow someone told you to put in homicide in there?
Correct.
Who would that been?
I don't
Ah.
recall.
Okay, what kind of leadership would it normally be in order to get that information to make a note on the file?
It depends. It could be the case officer, a detective on scene, or someone relaying
So
the
they
information
labeled
to
it a
dispatch.
homicide.
That's not necessarily the case officer.
Okay, it's a big determination to note homicide, so that probably came from one of the supervisors or detectives. Would that be fair to estimate?
I don't recall if it came from a supervisor or a detective.
Okay.
But they labeled it
And
a
then-
homicide right away, which, yeah, I
It
think
does
everything is a
show
homicide
here,
until it's
and
declared
I'm gonna
something different.
Step aside a little bit here where it says complaint, that's what you were talking about. U.S. Border Patrol, Nogales Sector, is the complaint, meaning they're the ones that referred the call in, correct?
Yes, they are the caller.
Okay, so this didn't come from the Cali home directly, we know why. We've heard testimony, but this came from some agent. Does it tell you what the name of that agent, Border Patrol agent was?
It does not.
Okay. So you have no
Why?
idea how you got it? Just the person.
Objection, Your Honor.
My question would be, why
This
does it
witness is testifying to the call card. She also has her own personal knowledge, so I'm not sure what question counsel is asking. Is she asking on the call card, or is she asking of the witness's personal knowledge?
Well, I hope and assume she's asking about just to interpret the information on the call card. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. So the questions are directed. This is a witness who's qualified to talk about this document. She's familiar with it. It's generated as part of their usual course of business and in her work. And so she's testifying about what this entries mean on this call card. And it's admitted for that purpose.
She was also a dispatcher that night, Your Honor. That's why I'm asking for clarification on what she's
Did
asking.
she take these calls that night?
Well, I assume whatever she knows is based upon the calls that she received.
Yes, and I guess if there's further questions.
Why don't you ask her, did you or did you not take these
You can go
calls?
ahead. The objection's overruled. You can go ahead.
Yeah, if you're confused to how you might know something, you want to bring clarity to it. feel free.
Get on the mic, please.
Okay.
Okay,
Sorry,
and
not.
so we see down here on this column, we could see the different routes, the different people being dispatched. And then we have someone calling in to put CID on notice, on standby, correct? Place CID on standby, correct?
Correct.
And we know that's a special department within the sheriff's department, right?
Yes.
And they cover homicides and very serious crimes in that department, correct?
Yes.
And how does your department put them on standby?
We call the on-call detective if it's after hours, or we just call directly into their extensions if it's during business hours.
Okay, there's some more updates as we go down on the very far right under description. Border Patrol has units in the area, correct?
Correct.
And there's a mention of the ravine and agents there and walking on the top, correct?
If you guys
Correct.
see my eyes kind of bouncing, I got the 4 squares.
That is a
See?
radio
So I'm kind of,
transmission coming from
sorry.
Sergeant Lluvia Garcia.
Okay. And what's the message trying to tell you?
And I got captioning so I can understand.
He confirming the one about Border Patrol and the ravine.
Okay. And then one of the sheriff's asked to contact the homeowner, see if what's a 1012?
A subject.
If the subject has returned while we have been looking. So is the subject Mr. Kelly, or is the subject the person that might have shot or ran on the property?
It's the subject that might have shot or ran.
Objection form of the question.
Do you know which
Compound.
one it is?
No.
Woo!
Do you know which one it is?
Mr. Kelly.
Okay. So you have him as subject already.
And she had a lot of compound questions, so she has no reason to.
Not homeowner.
But she's
the
doing her
subject,
job.
correct?
Yes.
So why, just curious, and if you know, you know, you don't, you don't. But why isn't the subject the people that ran by with guns in front of the Kelly's residence, in front of their window? Why aren't they the subjects?
We use codes in dispatch to try to minimize airtime.
Okay, that's good.
So 1012 could mean, in this case, it's Kelly. But that's why it says 1012 and not Kelly. We use a lot of codes.
Why? What's the code for complainant? The person complaining of the issue out in their home.
RP.
Okay, that's reporting person.
Reporting person.
Yes, RP is used for when they are the caller.
Right, but that wasn't the case here. We have Border Patrol intercepted a call. So what would you call, what would be another word for calling the complainant? Not the one that made the call, but the complaint.
Well, we know the complainant was Border Patrol, so we call them 865. It's another code.
So RP865 is the reporting persons
We
at
have
the
a
Border
bunch
Patrol.
of people arriving on the scene. And then what does C4 mean?
Code 4 means okay.
Means what?
Okay.
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 Yes.
And what does that mean to all officers or to you?
That the situation is okay.
Okay. And then what is this next to it? C4 Coyote.
They are,
Okay, Coyote.
they're asking for the location, and I believe that might be Calle Coyote. They just put Coyote.
What is that?
Coyote is a
a
person who
street.
is paid to bring somebody across the border
Yes.
illegally.
Does Coyote Street have anything to do with this case?
I'm not too sure.
Is there anyone dispatched to a street named Coyote in this place?
No.
Could Coyote mean something different?
Yep,
Negative.
maybe. You don't want to say.
Okay. Incident will be documented for report purposes. Okay, so no one was found on the property. Would that be fair? No trespassers were arrested, correct?
Correct.
So no incident report is being made, just an information report to document this call,
I
correct?
need coffee. I need coffee.
No coyotes were arrested, right?
Now,
Correct.
can I clarify on that?
Sure.
Looking at the times, that was Deputy, well, now it's Corporal Muski's. He was en route at 15:29. I believe during that time frame, they did locate Mr. Kelly, and they started to give code 20s, which is security checks, like where's your location. And I do believe he was still attached to the call card that they gave him a welfare check, and he advised he was okay. And they just put Coyote, but it's Calle Coyote in Rio Rico, Arizona.
So what's the difference?
What is this on the last entry? It says, the sheriff's office plus 10 to 12s in the area.
If you look at the previous one entered by Deputy Castaneto at 1627, right after the SCSO, it's MDC in parentheses. That means that the deputy entered that radio log. And the plus sign just means that it's a runoff on a radio log entry.
What's the purpose of the comment section?
The comment section documents everything, documents a summary of the call, of any calls coming in pertaining to that incident.
So if an officer gets on there and does some explanation, you could document it in this section?
Can you clarify that question?
Do you come up with what's said, or is some of it a contribution from officers?
On the comments, the officers also have access to enter their own comments.
Okay. And it says U.S. Border Patrol call and advise of a possible active shooter in the area of 100 East Sagebrush Road. U.S. Border Patrol advised that the reporting person was unsure if he was getting shot as well. So that would be Border Patrol, right?
Correct.
And Jeremy Marcel was not the person that you guys heard from, was it?
Correct.
Okay. So someone else in his department made the phone call. Is that your understanding?
Correct.
Okay. And so that person that was reporting it had limited information and didn't have all the facts. Does that seem fair based on this narrative?
Correct.
And then they said Border Patrol advised that the reporting person's name is Alan Kelly. But it's not really the reporting person as you know it. It is the person or the complainant that's originating the call when they contacted Border Patrol. Is that your understanding?
Correct.
Okay, we're using that word in more than one person, so I just want to bring clarity to that. At 14:36 hours is when the reporting person advised he thought the group of people that were running shooting at him. So he reported a shots fired somehow, and it's being conveyed to Mr. Marcel, Jeremy Marcel, Border Patrol agent, and given to however many Border Patrol agents that finally reported it to you made this call, correct?
Correct.
And then we had a change of address. Is that what 1447 was?
Correct.
And then you heard from Border Patrol that a couple of their agents were coming and responding. Is that right?
Correct.
And so far it says negative with the reporting person. I think they're meaning Mr. Kelly now, right?
Correct.
So they haven't heard from him? Is that what that's saying? That they didn't have contact number to the reporting person at that time, correct?
Correct.
Because it went through a middle person, or two, or three, correct? Unknown amount of people made contact since Mr. Kelly made the original call.
Objection, Your Honor. Foundation.
Do you know?
Sustained.
Okay.
I will have to tell you from day one,
Someone
defendants are
called,
winning most of the objections.
Mrs. Kelly, right?
Didn't mean to do that.
And we get information, once again, of 5 on the property caller advised Alan is trying to chase them south of the property with large backpacks, possibly undocumented foreign nationals. And he's armed with a rifle as well as one of the group of 5, as well as one of the group of 5 might have a rifle too, correct?
That's what the call card states, correct?
So that came from Mrs. Kelly? Or that came through an officer that supposedly got a hold of Mrs. Kelly, correct? Correct?
I
The
do not
officer
recall.
made this report, this narrative, this comment, correct?
Which one?
If they say they don't know or they don't
No,
know, they
this
can't
was
continue unless
taken
they have
by
paper proof that they can
Javier
observe and
Tintos,
check.
who was in training. That's why it says rookie 4. So 865 is Border Patrol. So Border Patrol called advising that they made contact with the spouse and they had yet to locate, or correction, and they just relayed what the spouse had said.
Okay, and the last line says, and what time would that be?
1627.
Right. And incident will be documented for informational purposes, negative with any 10-12s. Again, what was that?
Subjects.
So now the subjects are the other people that might have been on the property, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Let's move through that report, which had 4 pages, and go to the next one, which at the bottom is number 59. Okay, what time does this report start?
The timestamp on the call card is 1756 hours.
Okay, and I'm pointing to where you see the earliest time. Is that an accurate point?
It'll be the timestamp underneath the supplement
Okay, where's that at?
on the top.
Okay. And so up there at the very top.
Yes.
I can't reach that. Okay. So how are you able, as working in dispatch, working at the call center, how are you able to take this new call and tie it to the other one? Because the other one kind of ended when everything seemed to check out okay. And so that call completed. How are you able to, in your job task, able to connect this so that we can see it in court today?
Can you repeat the question?
I'm sorry. You're asking how I tie in supplement calls?
So you do know that the last call the last sheets that we were looking at said
No,
just document
them, not me.
this. Susan. Let's do that. It said document it, right? And that it was all is okay. And so that ended that series of stuff that happened. That was at 4 o'clock, the 4 o'clock hour, whatever time it was, correct?
Correct.
Okay. My question is, you got another call now that's related possibly to the same homeowner or something, the same incident. How are you able to connect that and allow us to see all of this? Is it you run it by address? How do you find out?
Normally, the officer will advise you supplement for report number, and then they'll give you the report number, and that's documented on the call comments. In this case, it occurred within the same time frame, or it wasn't until the next day. Normally,
It was the same
supplemental call
shift.
cards are usually
No, maybe not.
opened
No, it wasn't. but
days
the same
later, or
day.
maybe the next day of the incident.
So you could find it easily.
Yes.
Okay. And is it true, is this sheriff's department procedure when after a call, do they ask for a report number from you guys?
It depends if the officer will document the incident.
Okay.
That's when they ask for a report number.
So in the last calls, was that even documented to create a report number at that point in time?
The first call?
The one we just talked about?
Yes, they asked for a report number to document the incident.
All right, so they wanted to document it, that you generated a report number, and so that it would be easily to refer this as a supplement to that with anyone that might have responded earlier.
Correct.
And then you tie it together.
Correct.
Okay, thank you for that information. All right, let's talk about some of the stuff that's on here. We're going to go back to the description column here and look at some of them. And on the left, though, we do have different officer names, or the dispatcher, and then we have the different officers by their numbers, correct? And then descriptions over on the right. Is that right? Am I still there? Same type of form?
Correct.
Okay. You got a bunch of people calling, saying they're en route, things like that. Then we have an officer here saying walking east from the 42. And what's 42?
Residents?
Okay. And then you had another one says confirmed 450. What does that mean?
Dead body? Or
Okay.
deceased person?
And what's 450 mean? That means body, dead body?
Yes.
Okay. And dead body does have blood, possible some sort of unknown injury, 100 yards or less from the 42, and that's the house, correct?
Correct.
And what's the rest of that?
On the bottom, the plus sign, that just indicates that it's a runoff of the same transmission.
And where does the rest go?
It says get a hold of CID.
Okay. Oh, I see. So it drops down. Okay. So there's the get and then the plus to add it, hold of CID. Call graveyard in early. That's for backup purposes, right?
For shift coverage, yes.
Yes. So if a lot of people are going to be tied to a murder scene, you want that next shift maybe to get in early so that the streets are still covered, correct?
Correct.
Is that a possibility?
Correct.
You're not the one that requested that. You just
No.
did what you were told.
Correct.
Okay. And then how does everyone, once again, get communicated to get into the office, get into the station early?
I don't recall in this incident if dispatch assisted or if it was the sergeant that called the graveyard units to come in early.
Okay, and then we have 6:30 and 23 seconds. Body's laying face down, is not pulse, not breathing, sort of warm, has not acclimated. The plus and the TED on the next line.
Someone's getting ready to object.
This is a recent. What's that word?
You're off the screen now, so
Oh, thank you, Jennifer.
Oh, okay.
there you go.
Thank you. So this is not, and what's this word?
Don't.
This is a recent, don't let the 10 to 12 go back inside. What is that?
It says don't let the 1012 go back inside the 42 anymore.
Is that the home?
Yes.
And the 10-12 would be the Kellys?
Correct.
And that was at 1831, correct?
Correct.
1830. And I'm showing it seems
it-
like a continuation of information, correct?
No.
No? Tell me where it stops.
1830 is the last, it's a different transmission. It ends at recent. 1831 with 46 seconds, that's a whole new radio transmission.
Okay. Do you have any idea who said that last transmission?
It was Sergeant Omar Rodriguez.
Thank you. It's 6:30. 6:30, correct? PM. Advise him it's a criminal investigation. Is that what that stands for?
Correct.
Yeah, put it together. and that there's a couple of canines out there. They've disturbed part of the scene. However, the one, what does that mean?
It should be 10-12. It just continues on to the,
Thank you. Okay, however, the 10-12 and canines disturbed the scene. Now we have at 6:36, we have injury wound backside of the torso, right side, correct?
correct?
And I believe mine is not the evidence, so I'm just putting a little dash.
I wish she'd stay with the microphone, y'all. She's driving me nuts.
Just a quick question with my counsel.
She's driving me absolutely nuts. Stay on microphone.
Do you know what time Sergeant Flores arrived at this scene? Can you look at this and tell me?
The call card states he arrived at 19:25.
Okay, so he, according to that, which this is accurate information, correct? That would be later after the note that I made at about 1836. That the injury wound backside of the torso, right side, and he's not even there yet, is he? Crime scene is not there yet, correct?
The Criminal Investigation Division is not there yet, no.
Thank you for that information. And so we have, according to this, we have information of the backside of the torso right side, a wound that's been reported by O. Rodriguez, correct?
Correct.
All right, what does this one here mean? Check with 865, see if they have cameras. Is that supposed to be pointing towards the direction of the 42? So you're trying to, someone's asking for you to inquire with Border Patrol and see if there's any cameras out there. Is that about right?
Correct.
Thank you. And it says here, anything helping investigation, 451 involving a possible undocumented alien, right? And 451 again is what?
That one means, I'm not too sure if it, what the dispatcher was trying to put, but 451 is, I don't know what that is. I know maybe it might have been 450.
And if it was 450, what would that say?
It'd be for deceased person or dead
Okay.
body.
Okay, makes a little more sense, right?
Correct.
And then the response back about the cameras comes here at 1842. Cameras not fixed in any direction. They didn't see him leave the 42, which is the house, right?
Correct.
They weren't.
Please stay on the mic.
Looking at the area.
Why is it pointing away from you?
Correct.
So someone at Border Patrol surveillance says we weren't even focused in that area at the time. Is that about what I'm reading?
Correct.
And if I'm wrong, correct me, please. And then confirming 10 to 12 called 865. What's 865?
Border Patrol.
Called Border Patrol and told them he shot something. Check with East.
I'm surprised they've not objected over her reading this. She's testifying through reading it.
865, Nogales Border Patrol.
That's a Border Patrol. So Border Patrol, someone in Border Patrol, and you said Jeremy wasn't the person you were, Marcellus was not the person that you were talking to. but someone else in Border Patrol, all of a sudden, you guys hear some admission about shooting at this person, right? And you dispatch that, don't you? That he told them he shot something, right?
That's Sergeant Omar Rodriguez. That's his radio transmission.
So who's saying this? Omar Rodriguez?
Yes.
Or you guys telling me?
No, this is Omar Rodriguez. This is his radio transmission confirming 1012 called 865 and told him he shot at something with check with 865. So the radio transmission might be more formal, forming sentences. Our radio transmissions don't have to be. They just have to make sense.
To someone like you that knows how to interpret this.
And the deputy's correct.
Right. And so here you are interpreting it. How
Correct.
do you interpret it for these jurors?
Correct. So this is coming from Sergeant Rodriguez.
They're going to try and impeach Sergeant Rodriguez.
I mean, I'm only
Excuse me.
writing on my copy, okay? And then we have coordinates copying, right?
Correct.
Someone called it in and gave the coordinates to the body?
Yes, on the left, it's 150, which is Sergeant Omar Rodriguez.
Okay. Was advised and stated, get info for 136. 1012 behavior is extremely suspect and knows a lot of info about what's going on and is being hesitant and saying someone else maybe shot him. This came from O. Rodriguez, I suspect. Is that correct?
To me, that's
Correct.
narrative. That's not evidence. His
What's for
judgment. Sorry,
136?
meeting.
What does that mean? Get info for 136.
That will be Detective Ainsa, Jorge Ainsa. That's his badge number.
And 1012 behavior is the suspect. And
So they're labeling him already
suspicious
before.
is the word for that, SUS,
Correct.
and knows a lot info about what's going on.
Of course, they're going to be suspicious,
Specimen
but
wraps. And then we have 1012 was cold to touch and extremities two, meaning also not breathing, no pulse, torso area was still warm to the touch, which tells me it is recent, correct?
no.
Correct.
He's speculating a lot in that record. He's not an ME.
So you're
Everybody's kind of doing this, including the prosecution.
114? What's that?
That will be Deputy Chief Gerardo Castillo, badge number 114.
Okay, so we're going up to, is that a sheriff supervisor?
It's the sheriff and then it's the chief deputy.
Okay, so he's a higher ranking
Correct.
officer of the sheriff's department, correct?
Correct.
And try calling him R9, what's that?
That is evidence custodian Luis Gonzalez. His badge number is R9.
Was called in to assist with lightning. Made contact with 114. And then it says, what's the rest say? He'll call you, what am I reading?
Made contact with 114. He'll call you RN, which is right now.
Right now, okay. So no abbreviation, so that's a he'll call you. Okay, thank you. And then someone arrived on the scene.
You're off the screen again.
Thank you, Judge. Appreciate it.
It's a lot to handle, putting all that stuff together and handle that old technology that's having a projector.
Then it says, Wanda Kelly, George Kelly, D4103. What's that mean?
We have districts. District 4 is the Nogales area, and 103 is headquarters. So that's our Santa Cruz County Sheriff's Office in Nogales.
And then why is Wanda and George's name near that? Why is their name written here?
I do not recall the recording, what exact transmission was given for that time.
Okay, separate entry.
Correct.
Exit 42101, what with us in unit. What is that?
Exiting residence, female subject with us in unit.
Female subject is in the unit. Would that be Mrs. Kelly?
Correct.
Does it show Mr. Kelly in a unit yet or not yet?
I do not see it on this page.
Okay, let's turn the page. The bottom will be reflected as 61.
All right, I think we're going to take our evening recess. It's about 4:25. I want to talk to the jurors a little bit, and I'd like to recess at 4:30. Thank you. You can step down.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, could we recall this witness on Thursday?
Yes, yes. I mean, you've got to get up to Tuesday.
Tomorrow.
That's what tomorrow.
Oh, what day is today?
Wednesday.
I guess that would be Friday, Judge. Can we recall her on Friday? She's got to be in Tucson tomorrow.
So you're going to Tucson tomorrow.
Yes.
Any objection?
Friday morning? Oops, sorry, Judge. Friday morning, okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. You're excused.
Thank you.
We'll see you Friday morning then. Okay. Let's see. What are these, exhibits?
They are, Judge.
I'm going to give these back to we'll give them back to the clerk. I'll need them later. Okay, let's talk a little bit about Thursday, tomorrow. Again, we're going to have court 8:30 tomorrow morning. We'll continue with testimony and witnesses. Then we'll break for lunch. Then you'll come back at about 1 or 1:30. We'll see what time we break. What'll happen then is, as I said, we're going to take what everyone's calling a field trip. But it's not going to be like the field trip you took when you were kids. Or at least I took when I was kids. You're going to go out to the Kelly Ranch, and here's how it's going to work. We have a van. All the jurors are going to be taken in the van. Someone from our court administration is going to drive the jurors out there. We'll have some court staff. The lawyers will be out there separately. The lawyers have been working on this. This is a joint request from the lawyers that we do this, and we've been working on it. And they've come up with an agreement about what you're going to see. And we'll go over that more tomorrow, but just in preparation for tomorrow, you're going to be out there on the scene. I checked the weather forecast. It's supposed to warm up, get kind of warm. You might want to look at it yourself so you know what to wear. Obviously, you're going to go out there, and part of it we're going to drive around, but part of it is going to be some walking, all right? No one's going to have to walk multiple football fields, I don't think, but we're going to make it as accommodating for you as possible. But you'll be taken around, and there'll be designated locations of things you're going to see. So, for example, you'll see the driveway. You're going to go into the Kelly residence, in the kitchen, in the living room, in the hallway, in the bedroom, on the patio. You know, the locations that have been the subject of a great deal of evidence and testimony in this case. Anyway, be prepared for that. Dress appropriately, sunscreen, hats. We're going to try and have some cold bottled water for you because it's going to be warm. So be prepared for that. And again, we're going to go into more detail tomorrow when it's closer to the time when we're going to do this. And I'll talk to you about, I have some very strict rules that are going to have to be followed, but we'll talk about that tomorrow. But in the meantime, be prepared for that tomorrow. There'll be some walking, dress appropriately. You know, it's going to be warm and hot, which is better than cold and windy as far as I'm concerned. And you'll go and do that. And if possible, also, I think the last site that we'll visit is a section of the border where the wall is that has been discussed in this case. And for that, we're going to drive you there. So you're not going to walk there. It's too far. I just want to be aware of what we're going to do so you can prepare yourselves, dress appropriately, and be prepared for that, comfortable shoes. I anticipate that'll consume the afternoon, And when that's all over, we're going to bring you back and we're just going to recess for the afternoon. Then you'll come back Friday morning and we'll continue with the testimony. Okay? Again, it's really just to help prepare you so you know what to expect and you dress appropriately and with proper shoes and so forth. Does anyone, there'll be some walking involved. Does anyone, and we're going to try and keep it to a minimum, but you know what's out there. And the terrain is such that you're going to have to do some walking. Does anyone anticipate any problems with that? Anybody have any issues with that? No. All right. Juror number 4, the clerk's brought to my attention your situation with your employer. I haven't talked to him since he talked to you again. My suggestion to him was that I have a friendly conversation with your employer, but I don't want to do that unless that's all right with you. That's fine with me. Okay. Friendly conversation, okay. So I'll try and take care of that. Did you give him the clerk contact information for this gentleman? No, I don't want you to say anything. I'm just asking, if I have to call somebody, I want to know who to call and how to get in touch with them. So that's my. Oh, we have that? Okay, we already have it. All right, I guess they told me we already have that. I wasn't aware of that, so we're good. All right, but you're good with that. Good. Okay, any other questions about the schedule or what's going to happen tomorrow? All right, very well. You're excused for the evening. Remember, the court's admonition. We'll see you tomorrow morning at 8:30 for more testimony. All right. I'll stay here just in case of anything else. Okay, you can have a seat. Jury's absent. Counsel and the defendant are still present. I want to keep the people who go to the scene tomorrow in the afternoon to the absolute bare minimum of who's absolutely necessary. So let's just discuss that. Obviously, the state, 2 prosecutors, Detective Ainza. Hopefully, nobody else. Anybody else? Can't hear you.
We had planned a detective from our office as well. Is it 1 or 2?
For what?
1 or 2.
For what?
What one vehicle? And I'm unclear if the victims have requested to attend, Your Honor. I think they would be entitled to be present if they want to be there, but I don't know what the latest conversation with them was about whether they intended to come or not.
And is that why you want the detectives to be there?
Yes.
All right, if the victims aren't going to attend, then we don't need the detectives, right?
I suppose we could just come with Detective Ainza.
All right, sure. So if the victims' representatives wish to attend, they do have a right to be there, and we'll make that accommodation. And if they're there, then the detectives can transport them. But if not, then they'll just be the 3 of you. Fair enough?
Sure, that'd be fine, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay. Defense, obviously, 2 counsel. Defendant, I assume maybe Mrs. Kelly will be there. Anybody else?
Yes, we have her dad laying out the placards.
Well, I was
and
gonna
we've
ask you about
also,
that,
yeah, so he'll be out to make sure they're in place where they were put. But we also suggested to the state, we haven't heard a response yet, of him standing out in that location where the body was.
Let's talk about the first thing first. I want to be sure that everything's in place, so when we get out there, it's there, it's set up. You don't have to set anything up.
We'll be leaving from court when you dismiss to verify that everything's still in place. No
So-
wind, no nothing has moved it.
And it's set up with,
It'll be set up before and it'll be numbered. So it should match the list, whatever printout everyone's going to get.
perfect, good.
And Your Honor, the state's concerned that Mr. Larkin represents a party in this matter. He represents a witness, and that just doesn't seem appropriate.
Well, he's not going to talk to them.
I don't know if a court
Once
deputy would like to do it.
Once everything's set up, we don't need him there, right?
It's the person who's standing at the location of the body
Oh,
or
that's what you-
standing
Yeah.
at the location
And
of
we
the.
requested that he does wear just khaki colored clothing for the purpose of illustrating. And he won't talk to anybody and he will be under the, he's a officer of the court, and he will follow those orders.
And Your Honor, we had a dark brown backpack as well. So I think that's why when we created it, we had a black shirt on one of the detectives to
Well,
sort
we don't
of
want a black shirt.
have that color. But so I think it's getting a little complicated, but I think perhaps a court officer might be more appropriate than an
If-
attorney for a party in this case.
If they could have a choice of a detective, isn't it not okay that we also get a choice of someone that we know will follow the rules?
Well, I think what's important is that if we're talking about if the jury requests to see, from some vantage points out to where the Kellys say they saw what they saw, then the only thing that matters is that who's ever out there and performs that function has some rough resemblance to who actually was alleged to have been out there. Like
We're willing to put on whatever you want. I just told them to put on, color coding to the terrain, the tans or whatever. I think he could probably come up with tan pants. If they have a backpack they want him to wear, we can put it on him too. We're open.
I mean, if there's it doesn't matter who does it. It's just
It's
someone who's just going to stand there and do what they're told to do.
But we're just concerned that it's inappropriate for an attorney representing a
Well,
witness to do it.
Somebody make an alternative suggestion then.
I was suggesting court staff, Your Honor, but we're happy to have a detective do it. I just don't think it's appropriate for an attorney who represents a witness to do it.
I'm not that concerned about it, but I'm not going to make a big issue out of it. But how big was the victim? 5'8" or so?
5'8", 5'9", Judge, maybe.
I'm not sure, Your Honor. We'll have to check the autopsy to be certain. The detective's checking
I
now.
mean, we're not
Okay.
going to.
And it's probably
Not-
8 kilograms. We'll have to figure it out. It's not in the autopsy. Check the autopsy.
Well, it looked like he was about average height, like 5'8" or so, and
Yeah.
I would say maybe
Average height, average weight.
about 180 pounds or so.
That'd be my guess, Judge, from what I observed.
I-
But I'm guessing.
We're not going to call, Madame Toussaint and have a wax figure. But so, all right, we'll see.
He's still low.
Sorry.
Yeah, no,
Perfect.
no, yeah. No. I like to give him. a
And I
hard
think the bailiff would have to be in charge of the juries. That probably wouldn't.
Right. So the other thing that's
appropriate.
the other thing that's going to happen is the bailiff and Deputy Martinez. There you are. The Deputy Martinez are going to escort the jurors locations 1 through 14. Lawyers, court, everyone else, we're going to be off to the side. Okay, we're not going to follow them around from 1, 2, 3 to 14. Okay, not going to be any talking. There's not going to be any conversation. They're going to lead, the bailiff and the deputy are going to lead the jurors through the points of interest. The lawyers are going to be off to the side. We're going to be off to the side. Okay. Any problem with that?
No, Your Honor.
All right. I don't want any talking. No one's going to be allowed to have any cell phones. I'm going to tell them to turn them all off and put them away. So that's how they're going to be led around. Okay. I don't want any contact with any of us, lawyers, court staff, anyone else with the jurors while they're going from A to B to C.
Or the parties, correct, Your Honor?
Well,
Like Mr. and Mrs. Kelly as
Right.
well.
Okay.
Mrs. Kelly's just going to be hidden in her bedroom, which will not be shown. And so she's not going to be out there to be seen at all.
That's fine. And then, someone's going to have to provide some clothing that roughly assimilates what the victim was.
I like the clothing he's wearing.
Martina?
Take off anything shiny, and I'd be happy with it.
Well, you folks work on that. I mean,
He was 5'6" and 186 pounds, Your Honor.
oh, that's pretty close. A little shorter. Okay. All right. Can you put on like 80 pounds over in there? All right. Well, we'll see.
Your Honor, that happens to be the same height and weight about as Detective Ayenza.
And I no, if we can't use ours, I want him off to the side too.
I don't have an objection to that, Judge. I'm just suggest.
Well, if it's not appropriate that Mr. Larkin does it, it's not appropriate that Detective Ainsley does it. Well, just come up with somebody else and we'll look around here. It doesn't have to be, it's not going to be exact, but, and again, they might not ask for it, but I kind of think they will. So I want to be prepared. How about some clothing? Can we get together? What was it?
Beige tactical pants and a olive jacket and a dark brown woodland backpack.
Well,
Pretty large.
I don't think you could see a backpack from that distance,
well,
but I think if the coloring
if
is
you
right.
want to do it, all right. I am not going shopping tonight. I never go shopping. So somebody come up with clothing, be prepared for it. It's your cases, and we can try and find a neutral body. But in terms of clothing and appearance and stuff, I'm going to leave that up to you. All right. And if we can't do it, then and they want to do it, then we'll decide whether we just go with what we got. All right. Mr. Larkin, you ready to get everything set up tomorrow for us? They're on their way out this afternoon. Excellent. All right. Anything else? Good. All right. We'll see you at 8:30 tomorrow morning. We're adjourned for the evening. Thank you.
Please rise and report. Proceed. Yes, Your Honor. May I have the post permission to enter the well?
For some reason, you didn't get that. So what I said was, we're done. Thank you so much for watching. I'm going to come back in a little bit with Jail Widow. And tomorrow morning, we will play today's, which is what they were discussing. It'll be the morning session only. And then I will figure out what we'll do tomorrow afternoon. But with that, y'all have an awesome day. Bye-bye.